Poland's president has placed the country's navy on high alert as Russia continues naval drills in the Baltic Sea. The move comes amid growing tensions on the Polish-Belarusian border, where Wagner mercenaries have been redeployed in recent weeks. Welcome to World News Tonight. I'm Marie Cato. Let's take a look at the top headlines. We start tonight with a look at the latest reports which say that Polish authorities have detained yet another Russian spy. Then we'll move to Saudi Arabia, which will be hosting peace talks on the war in Ukraine. We know that Russia has not been invited. And after that, we'll see who came out on top in the final of the Tour de Pologne. President Andrzej Duda says that the Polish Navy has been put on alert due to Russian drills in the Baltic Sea. The exercises are being closely watched by Poland and other NATO members.
The Russian Defense Ministry says that around 50 vessels, 30 aircrafts and some 6,000 soldiers are involved in the drills in the Baltic Sea, right next to Poland. In response to the Russian saber-rattling, Warsaw has put its navy on high alert.
The situation is being closely monitored all the time. Of course, the Polish Navy is in a state of readiness. The service of our crewmen continues. Observations are being carried out all the time. Our ships that are currently out on the sea carry out observations as well.
And Poland, as a NATO member, isn't monitoring Moscow's actions alone.
We are being supported by our allies, by an Italian warship. Also US warships are here as well, so activities are carried out all the time.
No matter how sneaky Russia's tactics can be, Warsaw means to put every action taken by the Kremlin in the Baltic Sea under a magnifying glass.
Our neighbors from Russia, who are aggressors today in Ukraine, unfortunately for them, are being closely observed by us. No movement of the Russian troops, no movement of the Russian Navy escapes our attention, whether it is our attention or the attention of our allies. We receive systematic updates on the situation, so I can boldly say that the situation right now is under control. Absolutely.
This is yet another in a string of actions taken by Warsaw to bolster its land and sea borders. It is safe to say that Poland doesn't flinch in the face of Russian and Belarusian provocations.
Later on, we will be discussing the situation of the naval drills on the Baltic Sea with retired Colonel Vaidotas Malinionis from the Association of Colonels in Lithuania. A 16th person suspected of spying for Russia has been detained in Poland. This incident concerns a Belarusian citizen who came into Poland in 2021.
The Internal Security Agency says that the Belarusian carried out reconnaissance of critical infrastructure facilities, such as military sites and ports. He was also reportedly spreading Russian propaganda.
Evidence shows that the Russian citizen had stayed in Russia for a long time. He had served a prison sentence there, he had also been sentenced to 6 years in prison, and had worked in Russia. He made contacts and maintained contacts with Russians.
He has pled guilty to some of the charges. He's the 16th person to be detained on charges of espionage. Each individual has been arrested by court decision. This spy ring was to have monitored and documented military and humanitarian aid shipments to Ukraine. It was also reportedly preparing to derail trains carrying aid to Ukraine, as well as planning to set fire to various sites and cars and assault citizens.
The European Union has imposed a new round of sanctions against Belarus. The measures seek to restrict Belarusian export, restricting measures and target dozens of individuals.
Belarus is facing the music for its domestic and foreign policy. New sanctions from Brussels will restrict nearly 40 government officials from traveling to the European Union and restrict exports on drones, aviation parts and computers. The sanctions come in response to Minsk's imprisonment of over 35,000 political dissidents who have criticized the Lukashenko regime. This list includes Andrzej Poczobut, a Polish journalist and activist who is now serving a sentence of 8 years in a penal colony. For years, he has been Lukashenko's least favorite writer.
Now the situation is becoming even more dangerous.
The restriction also comes in the wake of the Wagner Group's recent redeployment to Belarus, which Poland says poses a military threat to the country. Recently, Warsaw reported that the mercenaries had moved closer to the Polish border.
We have information that more than 100 Wagner Group mercenaries are moving in the direction of the Suwałki Gap, not far from Grodno in Belarus.
The leader of Belarus has denied these accusations.
No Wagner detachments of 100 people moved here.
On Tuesday, Belarusian helicopters violated Polish airspace. Poland's defense minister has called the move a hybrid attack coordinated by the Kremlin.
The goal of these attacks is the destabilization of Poland. We have to be aware that the provocations will continue.
This was just the latest effort by Belarus to violate Poland's security. Since 2021, Minsk has been luring migrants to Belarus with the false promise of easy entry into the EU.
The Latvian border guard says that Belarusian forces are actively destroying infrastructure on the border between the two countries. This is yet another border violation in the region committed by Minsk that has prompted strong responses from its neighbors.
Guntis Pujac of the Lithuanian border guard warns of possible escalations on the Latvia-Belarus border. Pujac, quoted by the news agency Lita, said that Belarusian forces are destroying border infrastructure to help illegal migrants enter Europe. Lithuania also recently had its border with Belarus violated, prompting a closure of 2 out of 6 of their border crossings. During his visit to Poland, Lithuanian President Gitanas Nausėda said that the Baltic states and Poland should be prepared to entirely close their borders with Belarus should such incursions continue.
I mentioned the possibility of closing the border as a last resort. If we see Wagner mercenaries deliberately concentrating on our border, or if we see a start of various hybrid attacks towards our border, without a doubt, this will be one of the options, and quite an effective one at that.
Warsaw is also bolstering its defenses. The Polish government has already deployed additional border guards to the Belarusian border. They are to take further action should the situation in the region deteriorate.
Ukrainian forces have managed to hit another Russian Navy vessel in the Black Sea as Kyiv's counteroffensive continues. Russia has retaliated with a major drone strike. Let's go live now to our correspondent Marek Stil-Zielinski in Ukraine, who is now in Lviv. Hello, Marek. Can you give us the details of what actually happened in Novorossiysk?
So yeah, in Novorossiysk, a Ukrainian, it seems, drone attack damaged a Russian vessel. So Olenogorsky Gornyak, this is a vessel that had around 100 military personnel, Russian military personnel on board at the time of the attack. So you should be seeing the footage right now of one of the drones. So this is a naval drone approaching and later apparently hitting this Russian military warship. So the SBU, the Ukraine Security Services, said they had conducted the attack and confirmed that the warship was damaged. However, Russia said before the SBU stated that it had damaged the warship, Russia stated that it had thwarted the attack. So that turned out not to be true. This is one of few Ukrainian strikes against Russian ports, as for the past month since the grain deal between the two countries expired. Russia has been targeting ports across southern Ukraine, so especially Odessa and Mykolaiv. So it seems that this attack against the port of Novorossiysk, which also serves as an export hub for Russian grain, is just a retaliatory move for the tens of attacks against the ports of Odessa and Mykolaiv. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Marek. Good to see you. Officials from nearly 30 countries are gathering in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia for peace talks on the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials will present their peace plan to allies in several developing countries in the global south. Russia and Vladimir Putin were not invited.
Saudi Arabia is once again trying to play the role of global leader with peace talks beginning on Saturday in Jeddah. The talks will be an opportunity for Ukraine's leaders to present their 10-point peace plan. They mainly hope to convince major developing countries to support their cause and stop making trade deals with Russia.
We were having the position of the countries, including the countries of the global south, throughout this several months. So we are hoping to get the common understanding and the common position on the composition of these 10 points.
Since the West has been hitting Russia with the most severe sanctions the world has ever seen for the past year and a half, Moscow has turned to its other partners. It is now Ukraine's biggest diplomatic challenge to convince the unconvinced.
China is invited, and I talked with you about the formats on the level of ambassadors in Kyiv during these 4 meetings we had in the meantime. Most of them were attended by Chinese ambassador in Kyiv. So China has got the invitation.
Other invitees are the major South American and African countries. Kyiv is hoping to show them how Russia's campaign of targeting grain terminals and blocking Ukrainian ports is directly causing famine and global inflation.
We have long said that it is important that Ukraine be in the driver's seat when it comes to any potential diplomatic resolution to this war. It's important that countries that have not yet heard directly from Ukraine hear from Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed his gratitude to Saudi Arabia for this opportunity and the fact that Russia was not invited. He is now also planning a summit of his own.
Третім кроком буде організація саміту.
The third step will be the organization of the Global Peace Summit. We are working on making it happen this fall.
Відбулось цієї осені.
Officials from the United States, United Kingdom, Poland and other EU members have all confirmed attendance. The summit in Jeddah will conclude on Sunday.
Still coming up on World News tonight. We have the Russian regime imposing a new sentence on Alexei Navalny. He's received another 19 years behind bars. And we'll also be taking a closer look at the situation in Niger as the junta has revoked the country's military deals with France. Alexei Navalny has received another lengthy prison sentence from the Russian regime. This time, Navalny got 19 years in prison on top of the 11 years he already has.
It seems that Vladimir Putin is still afraid of Alexei Navalny. The Russian dissident has just been sentenced to another 19 years in prison. Navalny expected a draconian sentence even before the court hearing.
This is what's called a Stalinist term. They asked for 20 years, so they will give 18 or something around it. It doesn't really matter. Its main purpose is to frighten.
Navalny has already been serving a prison sentence of 11.5 years for leading anti-Putin protests and advocating for change in Russia. Alexei Navalny has been an outspoken Kremlin critic for years. He was poisoned in 2020 with the Novichok nerve agent and treated in Germany. He was imprisoned immediately after landing in Russia.
Niger's people are becoming increasingly anti-French and pro-Russian. This is most likely a direct result of the work of the infamous Wagner Group, which has carried out extensive propaganda operations in the country.
Following their successful coup, Niger's new authorities decided to cut ties with France, ties which had been in place for a decade.
The National Council for Safeguarding the Homeland has decided to denounce France's security and defense cooperation agreements.
Given that the junta now runs the show in Niger, world leaders have been observing the situation in the country with growing concern.
There's an expectation for a return to the constitutional order and a continuation of the democratic process. And putting pressure on those responsible for interrupting the democratic order and constitutional order in Niger.
Niger has been a training ground for the Wagner Group for months. Under the guise of an international terrorist hunt, the Russian mercenaries carried out widespread propaganda operations. Their aim was to sway Niger's public opinion in favor of Russia.
They've been in this country for 10 years. Where is a single terrorist they've caught?
France's military bases in Africa were already a topic of heated debate. Mali, for example, had demanded that French troops leave its territory. According to Niger's officials, a catastrophe in the country could spell disaster for the entire region.
If Niger collapses, the entire Sahel will collapse, will be destabilized.
While Europe seems to be losing African hearts, Russia continues to influence regional politics. Despite the atrocities being committed by the Russians in Ukraine, Niger's residents seem to not pay them any heed, as they admire the Kremlin's policies.
Today marks the 3rd anniversary of the tragic explosion that destroyed part of Beirut, leaving ruins in its wake. Tonight, we have an update on the situation in Lebanon, which in recent years has faced a number of serious challenges.
A huge shock, loud bang and smoke that immediately covered the entire port. Exactly 3 years have passed since a stockpile of ammonium nitrate, stored unsafely for years, exploded in the port of Beirut. The blast was so powerful that it was heard in Cyprus, 240 kilometers away. At least 218 people were killed and over 7,000 more were injured. Today's anniversary of the explosion was a national day of mourning in Lebanon. People stayed home and businesses closed to show that those who died in the tragedy are remembered. The situation in the country has not improved since the blast, as Lebanon has become the target of a migration crisis in the wake of the war and earthquake in neighboring Syria and the prolonged economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Lebanon is the country that takes in the largest numbers of refugees in the world, even though it lacks the resources to provide them with assistance.
Lebanon is a neighbor country to Syria, where since 12 years we have still the war. And it caused a lot of problem for Lebanon. Just to know, in Lebanon we have 4.5 million people, citizens, and they receive 2 million refugees from Syria.
The economic crisis has caused the Lebanese pound to lose 90% of its value. Gross domestic product has fallen from more than $50 billion in 2017 to barely $25 billion today. Some Lebanese are trying to leave their country and reach Europe, sometimes undertaking a dangerous and life-threatening journey. But those most in need, including refugees, women, children and the elderly, remain, often living in challenging conditions. Humanitarian organizations such as Aid to the Church in Need are appealing for the funds needed to provide Lebanese with food and basic transportation. If aid is not delivered, the humanitarian crisis in Lebanon could worsen and plunge future generations into even more dire conditions.
And now we move to Lisbon, Portugal, where Day 3 of World Youth Day is in full swing. The highly anticipated central event, the Way of the Cross, has commenced. And our correspondent, Alexandra Marhevich, will bring us all the updates and insights straight from the heart of the gathering. Hello, Alexandra. Has Pope Francis arrived already?
Pope Francis indeed have arrived, and he is us now. That means that the Way of the Cross is right now, we can say, not only starting, but it's actually in the middle of it, as you can probably hear the choir around the park, the Eduardo VII, where right now 400,000 worshippers have gathered in order to have this celebration. Now, this actually, the Way of the Cross, is one of 3 central events that have happened here during World Youth Days, and I can see probably right behind me, and also right here, the enthusiasm is very much alive, and the youth from all around the world, we are talking about 143 countries, came here in order to celebrate the togetherness and the fact that which brings both Catholics and all the Christians together. Now, these are the people that are trying to hold on to their values, and at least here in Lisbon, it shows that this is very much alive today. And as you yourself mentioned, this is the heart of Lisbon as for now, and it seems that it's a very much a beating one. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Great to see you. Matej Mohoric has won the general classification of the oldest and most famous cycling race in Poland, the Tour de Pologne. The competition, which was first held in 1928, has taken place annually since 1952 and attracts the top cyclists from around the world.
Race leader Matej Mohoric secured a victory in the overall classification of the Tour de Pologne, but he was not the first to cross the finish line on Friday. German Tim Merlier won the final, 7th stage of the competition. Portuguese cyclist João Almeida was 2nd overall, and Michał Kwiatkowski was 3rd.
Yes, it was close. I was on 56 today, and it was hard to bring him on speed. But once he was on speed, it was okay.
The final stage of the Tour de Pologne led from Zabrze to the finish line in Krakow. The route of the race was almost 167 kilometers long and it ended at the finish line traditionally located near Krakow's Błonia Park, where the winners of the race and the last stage were presented their awards.
Tensions are mounting for Poland and undoubtedly for the whole world as we watch Russian presence creeping closer and closer to NATO territory, and right now in the Baltic Sea. What has to happen and how long does it take before decisive measures are taken? Surely this is what is on all of our minds. And with us this evening is retired Colonel Vaidotas Malionis of the Association of Colonels in Lithuania. Good evening, Colonel. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good evening. Thanks for inviting.
Thank you very much for being with us, because I'm sure you will enlighten us and answer questions that are on all of our minds. It's been a very difficult week as we have seen Russian presence coming ever so closer to Polish territory. So first of all, perhaps a very basic question for our viewers. Can you tell us a little bit more about what is actually happening in terms of these Russian naval exercises in the Baltic Sea? Can you tell us a little bit more about their geographical placement?
Well, those naval exercises. It's actually a regular routine, and I think we before a month or a little bit more ago, we also had naval exercises, which also were conducted in vicinity of NATO allies. Baltic Sea is big enough to accommodate, two exercises at once. So. Those exercises also, I think, are planned and routine, but keeping in mind, the intentions which we now facing with, for example, Wagner's presence in Belarus and their activities. Of course, now everything.
Hey, I have a fun fact about testicular torsion. Did you know you can just get it?
But concerning NATO naval,
not cycling doesn't help. You could just get it. You could just exist right now, and your testicles might do a and get all tangled up, and you may actually have really big problems with
threats in the Baltic Sea, I believe.
But
the health of your system,
if
you don't get it solved really quickly. But they could just do a little swoop. They can just do a little swoop.
In terms of reassurance,
so be careful about that, But also, another thing I wanted to tell you.
Had yet another spy that was caught today.
Shut up, woman. My superior theory of Navalny's wife making him go back to Russia. Listen to me. Riddle me this. What did Navalny's wife do to release him out of jail ever since he got in prison? There's one answer to this, and the answer is basically nothing. What she did, she went to that Oscar event to drink some champagne, to hang out with celebrities, which is a lot better position than the one she was in before, where she was a wife of a Russian opposition wannabe. She trended few hashtags. Did you know recently that, have you seen it? I sent it to Discord. But they got a bunch of donations for their little opposition campaign, and they used these donations to shine a hashtag on a building in New York. Actual New York. They just shone a hashtag on it. Wait. I always need to expand the window a little bit to see the bookmark part. But yeah, that's that. Thousands of donations. Now, I don't really know how much, because when you look into the replies to this, some people are alleging it's 125,000. Oh, here it is. Some people are saying it's 140,000. Some people are saying it has to be more, but that they're not reporting all of this. And this is Russians who are kind of angry about it, so I don't know. But yeah. I have a theory his wife did it so she could get rid of him, plus she could be getting a lot of money from donations to never do anything. Because that's what she's doing right now. She's not doing a single thing. If you go look at the post, this is, by the way, the person of Navalny. If you look at the post, one of them, I think this first response is literally hey guys, are we gonna crowdfund more money so another part of Team Navalny can continue to live comfortably in London? And then the response is like, oh no, they collected, like this one says that they're going to need like 40 million for this person to be living comfortably in London. And then this one is, no, it's only 250k. God forbid, with this money, she'll only be able to survive a couple of years if she stretches it. You know, stuff like that. So look, this directly benefits Team Navalny. Okay, he's there, he's in prison, he's getting them attention, they're doing nothing, plus they're getting cash money. If you had a man around you who was a very annoying political activist you wanted to get rid of, plus you wanted to get as many benefits as you could, you also would put a bug in his ear to like, go back to Russia. You could be opposition there, you could be useful there, come on, go back, go back, go back, nothing's gonna happen to you. And then he rots in prison and you go around partying. Fucking based. Yeah, where was the video though? I wanted to finish this one. Home of Russian leadership. Yeah. Nice cushion when you sit on them while cycling. Is it true that you could... Sometimes it could happen that you like sit quickly and they don't get out of the way fast enough and you could squeeze them and it could hurt. Is that true? Has it ever happened to you? I don't know how men's anatomy works. I've spent some time on Reddit though, and sometimes I see people posting their experiences on Reddit and I'm like, I'm not sure if you're a man or if you're a woman pretending to be a man. Oh, it is? Oh shit, fat balls. Oh, but you're so badly built. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think about how being a man is basically a failure of evolution? Because they're so out in the open. You can't run around naked or whatever. Plus, the climate itself is going to hurt them and you're going to become less fertile because, you know, they get on cold, they're immediately like, swimmers immediately aren't as good as they used to be. They get too hot, swimmers again aren't as good as they used to be. Your fertility is so fucking fragile, you have to keep them, you know, properly protected at all times. They're hanging down there, very easy to damage, very easy to just bump on shit, very easy to sit on apparently. They're so badly made. Just I don't know why they're not inside the body. Why don't you have them as we have ovaries? So they're like up there. Why do you not have that? What's the point of having them outside? Tree branch running in a forest. I mean, yeah, realistically, yeah. It would definitely happen. You would run across those. What's the English word for kopriva? You know this plant? Those plants that you like touch and they burn forever. Can you imagine this just like dragging onto them? You're so shittily built. If we ever have some sort of apocalypse, nettles, yeah. If we ever get a zombie apocalypse, you guys are going down first, and it's because your balls are in such stupid places and they're so fragile that you will not be able to protect them. We're going to build a whole society just around women because we're the ones who don't have balls in stupid places. Yeah. There's no chance that did not happen. No, I've never... I'm trying very hard to form a sentence without seeming like I'm doing questioning of intelligent planning of that action. But I have never actually went to piss in nettles. I usually, if there's like an outdoors camping thing or whatever where it's expected you go piss outside, I usually would not go there. I would go somewhere else where there's not nettles. How many nettles do you have? Do you know we have a saying in Croatia? When you're pretending to be smart and you're giving people advice on how to do something, but the thing they have to do is hard to do. It's like, for example, if you're speaking to someone who's a student right now and you're like, oh, just go and study. Just, you know, stop having a social life and go and study. That's what you should do. You know, you're advocating a person to do something hard, but you're not the one who's supposed to be doing it, it's them, so it's easy for you to make that piece of advice. We have a saying here in Croatia which says it's easy to be hitting nettles with someone else's cock. lako je tuđim kurcem u koprive. And I'm kind of just remembering it right now. I just wanted you to know that. Do we use this aphrodisiac? Now, how does that impact fertility? Because what I assume is that you would go to... Is my boyfriend in chat? Demian asks too. Listen, if you take nettles and you go to a person's balls, would they not do iz? And if they do iz, would that not negatively impact fertility? No, I didn't make it up. Wait, I'm going to show you. Lako je tuđim koprive mlatiti. Slamo, no. Here it is, koprive. Oh, it seems like it's, there's slama, there's koprive. Koprive is Croatian one. What are gloginje? Yeah, it's Serbian. It's Serbian. Wait, this is fun. I didn't know. It's Serbian. This is some holistic therapy and they're using it and they're like, is it really easy to kick nettles with someone else's? There's one interesting folk saying it's easy to kick nettles with someone else's. How do you think about it? And then now they're going into the dynamics of like, yeah, I don't know, families and bullshit. This one too. Oh, see, here's, they have English translation. Nice. Trash on nettles with someone else's cock. Haha. To proudly perform actions in which our own investment and risk is small or null. This is Slovenian though, they use it in an interesting way. Yeah, expression is a translation of the equivalent Serbian expression. It's easy for other people's dicks to trash hawthorns. What's a hawthorn? And has a very vivid meaning. Actions that will not directly affect us can usually be carried out carelessly, as others will suffer consequences for them. Did you know that the Slovenian government bought a plane for $35 million? Yes, it's easy to beat the nettles with a stranger's dick. Is it like because they're using your tax dollars, so it's easy for them to use your tax dollars? So like they're beating nettles, which is... Oh, okay. Jure was beating the nettles with a stranger's dick again. I wasn't at school yesterday, but he just signed me up for a math competition. Okay, that's a good way to use it. That's a good way to use it. I need to introduce this into English. I'm gonna start using this unironically very, very often. Oh, and then they have the other ones. Mouse stick? Half a dick worth? Hey, yo, thank you, Kazmir. Thank you. So Croatia is celebrating Victory Day today, which is Victory in Operation Oluja, which is the operation that allowed the peaceful reintegration of other parts of Croatia. Let me show you. Which is very related to our dick and ball conversation. But yeah, so we had Oluja to celebrate Knin, which was under Serbian occupation at the time. Also, I do have some videos on this, but like also I've opened Balkan Insight before the stream and I saw this on Croatia-Serbia trading bobs during Operation Storm commemorations, so I have to look into this too. I've saved a couple of locals commenting on this that I thought were very, very interesting. Specifically Serbs. I've saved a bunch of Serbs commenting on this. I thought they have really, really interesting overviews. Here's Putin, and here's Stipe Mesic, a Croatian politician, and this is the image of when Stipe Mesic got an reward award by President Putin. Putin was very, very supportive of Croatian fight against Serbs. I don't know if you knew this. Yeah, Serbs are molding, but Serbs are molding in interesting ways this year. Fuck, I want to find a specific one. Oh yeah, I also want to try this one. But Serbs are molding in very interesting ways this year because they are finally learning that Russia never gave a shit about them. And because of this, they're kinda angry at Russians pretending otherwise, and they're angry at this than they are angry at Croatia. I have seen several Twitter comment sections in which there's a Serb who's like, oh, Croatia did ethnic cleansing of Serbs. And then the replies are just filled with Serbs being like, yeah, and Russia helped them, fuck Russians. So, good year, my man, good year. This is gonna be very, very interesting. Here's Botsen Harchenko, who's the ambassador of Russia in Serbia, and here's him being like, oh yeah, we remember with compassion and sadness the tragic events that began on August 4th, 1995. He means Oluya, in which Croatia liberated its own fucking territory, by the way. That's what he thinks are very, very sad events. But he goes, as a result of the so-called action storm, about 250,000 Serbs were expelled from their homes in Krajina. But listen, the fucking replies to this. This is a Serb. He goes, you trash person. Krim Bridge is on fire, and soon the whole shitty Russia will be on fire too. Fuck off from Serbia. You stinky, flea-filled misery. May the ambassador in Zagreb soon get to write a similar tweet. You ugly cunt. Just keep quiet, we don't need your pity. And then this one, which is one of my favorite ones, is who was selling the most of weapons to Croatia? Because yes, Russia was selling weapons to Croatia when Yugoslavia fell apart. There's a whole like very, very interesting background to this, okay? But what happened is between 1989 and 1991, we had a president of Yugoslavia who was quite pro-West, pro-USA. He was seen as basically the puppet of USA at the time, okay? He really wanted to get into European Union, and he really, really, really wanted to get Yugoslavia into NATO as a follow-up. So it was like, we go to European Union, path opens for us to go into NATO, right? So because of this, it was in Russia's interest to not see Yugoslavia stay strong. Because we didn't have an alternative to a president. We had this dude. He was actually a Croatian. I'm gonna find him for you. What's his name? Markovic. I think there's like a T in it. There has to be a T in it. No, there was no T in it. Nice. Here he is, the last prime minister of Yugoslavia. He was a Croat. He was a president of Croatia. A prime minister. He became a prime minister of Yugoslavia in 1989. So he was really, really, really pro-USA, really, really pro-West. He started a bunch of reforms that went okay, some of them went okay, some of them were really, really bad, and then Milosevic fucked them up to the ground completely. But what's important is that he wanted to get into European Union. So Russia at the time saw that Yugoslavia as a whole is on a European Union path, but there's players within Yugoslavia that don't like this. Tudjman specifically, the Croatian president at the time, he didn't like the idea of Yugoslavia getting into European Union because he didn't want Yugoslavia to exist. He wanted Croatia to get into European Union because he wanted Croatia to get out of Yugoslavia and to have its own state. So Tudjman opposed this idea of Yugoslavia getting into European Union. At the same time, Milosevic opposed the idea of Yugoslavia getting into European Union because he felt like Yugoslavia at the time was way too chaotic when it comes to the way that the government was formed. Serbs didn't like the fact that the Yugoslav constitution was giving way too much power to Kosovars over their own territory. So Serbs wanted first to do changes to constitution and wanted to give more power to Belgrade, and then they were okay with going towards European Union, right? So, for Russia, looking at this from the outside, it was like, how do I get people on my fucking side? Because this is a buffer state we're about to lose. I want people on my fucking side. So when things started to go down, they wanted to help Croatia. Because they were like, okay, Croatia is going to be looking for allies right now. Croatia isn't really, as itself. It was mostly pro-independence. It wasn't as strongly having a movement pro-West. It was like, I want to be alone. So they were like, hey, if we help them defend, if we help them figure out Russia is a friend, maybe Croatia will get on the side of Russia. Maybe that's going to work. And then we're going to have a player close to Europe, but they're going to be on our side. So they were giving us lots of weapons. even when the UN itself refused to be supplying Balkans with weapons, Russia was supplying Croatia with weapons. And yeah, then later we went into NATO and completely fucked them over, I guess. But they were very, very supportive until it turned out that there was, you know, less to get out of it than they hoped for. In an alternate universe, we might have a pro-Russia wiki stream. I guess if Russia had a really strong response and if Russia stopped Serbian invasion, there would have been a chance for Croatians to become pro-Russian, yeah. Still though, you know, I feel like I want to think that regardless of my country's leaning, I would be smart enough to be like, bro, there's no justification for an invasion on sovereign territory. Like they still didn't have the right to do this. I want to think, but also you never know how blinded you would be, right? Black Sea Fleet decided to regroup to more advantageous positions in bottom. You know where we could hide from those Ukrainians. Yeah, another one of the ships got damaged, by the way. And this is a big one. This is a big one, okay? Fuck, stop reading Serbs bullying a Russian. I need to show you this stuff, and then we go back to Serbs. But a Russian tanker was hit overnight, and it's a prolific sanctions violator and a major lifeline for the Russian war effort in Syria. This was huge. One of these, who collected the maps? This one did. Nice, great, a whole thread. In 2019, US Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control sanctioned it for participating in a sanctions evasion scheme to facilitate the delivery of jet fuel to Russian forces operating in Syria. It is behind a sanctions evasion conspiracy orchestrated by 3 individuals designated today to make payments and facilitate the transfer supplies of jet fuel to Russian forces operating in Syria in support of Assad government. There's records of it from past year. Look at him. Almost every month. He's going down and he's going up and he's going down and he's going up. And when he reaches this, he goes dark for about a week. Right? For about a week, you don't know where he is. So he reaches this part and then he goes quiet and then he goes back. It's as if he disappears. And you know, obviously, he doesn't actually disappear. Where he does go is he goes to this, what's the word, port, which is used by Russian military aircraft. 9 trips in last 12 months. Come on. They've been so fucking active on this. So the fact that he was destroyed is definitely going to mean a lot. And I look forward to Ukraine hitting more of their ships, because it's going to have global implications at this point, you know? Like, come on. What's going to happen now in Syria when this shit has stopped running? They will have to figure out whole new logistics, especially if more ships are now in danger. So they will likely not feel safe to send other ships either. This is going to be big. This is going to be big. Done with rain today? I don't even know. Where do I have the thing? A gouge? Hope you're happy. I hope you're happy with not having rain. I hope you're glad about it, because I'm not. I am fucking not. In an alternate universe, Vicky would be Serb, so also anti-Russia. Now look, in this universe, I may also be one of those Serbs who hate Russia, okay? There's a lot of them recently. 22, 24 without rain. Oh, I'm GG with rain. I like rain. I'm okay with rain. There's something, as I was saying that, I figure out where it's coming from. You know where it's coming from? It's because no one expects you to do stuff when there's rain. Oh, you have bike rides, so for you it's different. Yeah, I see that. I see it, because like you go outside for fun. I don't. So for me, it's like if I'm outside or like doing visits or whatever, it's usually because of a societal expectation to go out and, you know, visit relatives or whatever the fuck. But when there's rain, there's not such an expectation, because, you know, it's rain, and why the fuck would you go to visit someone when there's a rain? So I like that. I like the fact that I can just be like, yeah, no one expects me to do shit. Backyard. Bitch. That. Not out of my own will, my dude. Okay, listen. I have a very fat dog and I need to walk around every once in a while. What is this? Oh, IDing. Sitting off the coast of Banias. And then there's also Yoruk. Who are you? Phosphorus observer. Obsessive ship spotting. Nice. But the phosphorus, nice. I'm going to follow him. But yeah, he's been observing him. You know, doing these trips every once in a while. So kind of GG that this ship has been destroyed. Kind of GG. Kind of very, very good for us. Also, ironic thing is that if you look at the ship, I think someone made a meme about this already, but if you look at the ship, it says no smoking. Which, you know, kind of ironic. You're having a no smoking sign, and then you get smoked. Where's the one? Here it is. Here it is. It says no smoking. It reminds me of those bullshits where they claimed that the explosions happening in Crimea were because someone was smoking close to these depots. Like, hahaha. Rockets fuck now. Shit. Hope you're safe. Hope the part is not your part, even though it probably is. I just hope it's not. Also saw this. NASAMS are coming to Ukraine thanks to Lithuania. So Lithuania is going to be giving helicopters, anti-aircraft guns with ammunition, armored personnel carriers, millions of cartridges, and grenade launcher ammunition. NASAMS missile launch systems, anti-drones, logistic equipment, COTS, and a significant amount of other support will soon be delivered to Ukraine. So also big news. Big fucking news. How do... Twitch Global? Nice. No, I thought that once you get banned you can't be using the emotes anymore, but you can. You actually can. Nice. Oh, also this. I also saved this one. This is again back to Croatia, okay? It's about Harchenko. So it's a Serb, and she's commenting on the fact that Harchenko has made some very, very angry comments at the anniversary of you know, what happened to Serbs during the military action of Croatian military Oluja. So here she's like, let's remind ourselves of some facts. Ante Markovic, who was the president at the time, he was the president of Yugoslavia from 1989 to 1991. And during his mandate, Yugoslavia was offered an admittance to the European Union on a very short notice and $5.5 million for a program that Ante and his team would go through. Now, Milosevic and Tudjman both were against it. I kind of, what's the word? Went through this, right? But Milosevic and Tudjman were both against it because Tudjman wanted independent Croatia and Milosevic wanted a stronger federation. So he really wanted for the power to be only given to Belgrade. He wasn't okay with the power being shared around. So both of them were against Yugoslavia entering European Union as it was. Now, there's a theory that both of them were pushed by the side of Russian agents at the time because they wanted to push them more eastwards, and they saw breakup of Yugoslavia as a way to get all individual parts more to the east, because the president himself, he was rather okay for a while, but he started some reforms that went really, really well, and then in the long run there was a process where they weren't doing that well towards our economy, because what he did is he allowed the privatization of a bunch of businesses, but this has meant that the state-owned enterprises couldn't compete on a free market anymore. So at first, you know, we had a boost because there was privatization and the market was open and everything was great, and then it was like, but these businesses now don't really know how to remain competitive. So yeah, overall, because the president did these reforms, which for a while were really, really popular, and then for a while were not, but he was really, really strongly turned towards USA, Russia saw a possibility to get parts of Yugoslavia on their own side. So because of this, they were okay with Yugoslavia crumbling, because they were like, yeah, we're just gonna get all of them to support us, to support the East, right? They're all going to be friends of us. At the time when Yugoslavia was offered entrance to European Union, the border of NATO was Germany, and then there was Italy. Poland was not there, Czech Republic was not there, Austria was not there, Hungary was not there. If Yugoslavia went inside the European Union, they would be closer to get into NATO. And then, in one swoop, the border of NATO would move towards the east for around 700 kilometers. And this is exactly what, Russians likely weren't really happy to see. So because of this, they were okay with a conflict between Serbia and Croatia, because again, this would mean Yugoslavia crumbles, and crumbling of Yugoslavia means it doesn't enter European Union, which means it doesn't enter NATO. By the way, the Russians have given a lot of weapons to Croatian military, with weapons that was used. Now, this is a Serb posting, so she claims that the weapons were used to kill Serbian military and civilians. But also for this, there were, rewards, awards, medals given by Russia. They were given to Tudjman, to Mesic, and to other Croatian generals at the time. We got medals from Russia for defending ourselves against Serbian invasion. You know what Serbia got from Russia? Nothing, my dude. Nothing. Serbs got nothing. The idea of them being a brotherly nation towards Russians was bullshit from the start. Russians never gave a shit about Serbia. And I'm really, really happy that Serbians are waking up to this right now and figuring out that, hey, you know what? Maybe the West was never our friend because of the whole NATO bombing thing that happened, but maybe Russia was never our friend either. Maybe they have been pretending all this time. Maybe we should be a bit more smart about the way we look at the world. And I'm very, very happy to see them thinking about this, It's not something you see Serbs do often. Healthcare and railways, for example. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, definitely. I'm GG with stuff like that being owned by the state. And I'm also, I think I'm GG with privatization of, like, how would I say this? Of most of the market. Healthcare, though, healthcare one is, oh no, I guess you could reach kind of USA situation. Any Russian goodwill gestures towards Serbs had always been just pragmatic. That too. They didn't even, how to say it, even if I would concede, even if they did something useful to Serbia, like even if you do something useful to Serbia out of your own interest, you still did something useful to Serbia, right? They didn't. They never did it. Not something you see Serbs do often, thinking, yeah, I know. Have you seen their stupid ass fucking opinions? I responded to one of them yesterday, and you know what she is wondering? She was talking about how Russia has kind of instigated this whole crumbling of Yugoslavia thing, and she's like, yeah, Russia. I accept that Russia saw a benefit in Yugoslavia falling apart, and because of this, it was likely that Russia was kind of pushing Serbia and Croatia into, battling because they wanted to see Yugoslavia crumble. And then she goes, but like, guys, are you sure that, imagine that Yugoslavia entered European Union under Markovic, right? Imagine Yugoslavia in 1991 just was a whole country and it entered European Union as a whole country. Do you guys still think NATO would bomb Serbia? I was like, what the fuck do you mean? The fuck do you mean? What sort of a stupid ass question is that? And she's like, yeah, well, I'm not sure that, like, NATO wouldn't want to bomb us anyways. What? Like, if we were a united country, if we just kept on existing, the fuck? Of course they wouldn't fucking bomb one part of Yugoslavia just for nothing. It's such a stupid ass thinking is that. But you know what it comes from? It comes from the idea that USA wanted to bomb Serbia because Serbia was too strong. That's what I figured. It's It's very similar to the idea that USA crumbled Yugoslavia because Yugoslavia was becoming too strong. But in Serbia, the opinion also reached the part of USA wanted to bomb Serbia because Serbia specifically was so strong and so threatening that USA was like, oh, I gotta bomb them. I don't want to see the superpower rising. I gotta bomb them. Gotta bomb the shit out of them. Oh, what is this? Cloudy. What is this? Nice. We need to make a medal for this. I need to be giving it to people. Holy shit. Gotta use this link and just give it to a bunch of Twitter users. Maybe Russia, yeah. Send this to Vatniks around you. They really need a W, as you people say it, defending the fellow Slavs, which is that, and then it failed spectacularly. As they deserved. As they fucking deserved it. I'm very, very proud that Serbs are noticing this, my dudes. I'm very, very proud that Serbs are noticing this. And by the way, it reminded me of another story. So remember yesterday how we talked about the normie problem in politics? And how a big problem with political opinions is how you're going to present them to normies. I have figured out that when it comes to social media, when it comes to social networks, when it comes to people pushing for stupid little conspiracy theories, if you take out the ones who seem to have any sort of legitimacy, it also takes down, like, almost everyone who doesn't. It was interesting to watch, but like Serbian media space is obviously a lot smaller than American media space or even like the global one, so you can see these types of changes a lot more obviously there. But the whole idea, for example, that Russia was supportive of Serbia during the Yugoslavia breakup wars, the idea was pushed by a lot of troll accounts, but also a couple of actual proper Serbian commentator accounts. And as you saw these crumble, as you saw these being questioned and then unable to answer the questions, what you saw is that people paid less attention to the trolls. That was really, really interesting to watch. Like, you need to get the leaders. Once you get the leaders, the ones who actually seem to have some sort of legitimacy, once those are exposed for not knowing a single thing that what they're talking about, the amount of bots really doesn't matter. People just gonna ignore them. I've seen people just post vile shit about Croatia today and stupid posts like Russian flags in the username about, we know which country is soon going to take over all of this land anyways, so it's not like it matters. And no one was paying them any attention. And it's because the whole narrative has crumbled. The whole idea of Russia being friendly towards Serbia has crumbled. So now it doesn't even matter how many bot accounts they have, because everyone knows bot accounts are a thing and everyone knows what they are. 2/3 of Slovenia are underwater. So basically flooding about the size of a football field. Fucking cruel. Fucking cruel. But yeah, wait, where's Balkan Insight? I think they posted something about this. Too soon, but also the tiny little country. They're having big problems over, wait, where is it? Activist, what? Oh wait, I need to read a bunch of these articles. Holy shit, a lot of these stuff I haven't seen. I thought that was going to be Slovenia immediately up here, and that wasn't. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. Are they not counted in Balkans? They're not counted in Balkans. Holy shit. We don't count them in Balkans? They're literally right here. Yeah, we don't count Slovenians into Balkans. Well, that sucks. No, wait, I want the other one. Georgia's also having huge issues. So, yeah, right now weather is horrible for a bunch of us. We got really, really lucky here in Croatia to be, kind of safe from this. I don't know, we kind of get a little rain and that's it. 3 people dead after heavy rain and floods hit Slovenia. Shit, worst natural disaster ever. Bro. How many? Bro, just, oh, horrible. Let me see latest. Yeah, Slovenia's flood damage could top 500 million euros. Worst natural disaster in Slovenia in over 30 years. Holy shit. Oh, Associated Press. Okay, they're good. Dude. Shit, come on. Just fucking horrible. Also Georgia, I have to show you Georgia. I don't know if you've been following the Georgia situation. $11 killed, dozens missing after landslide in Georgia. Bro. Horrible. Truly, we are so fucking lucky to be in this part of the world where we just don't get to fear this. At least not for now. Milk stout? How would you compare a milk stout to basic bitch beers?
Mud, tree trunks, and other debris in the valley. More than 200 people have been forced to flee the area. The Georgian
Dude, look at this.
Prime Minister says dozens of people are still missing. He's called in the army to help with rescue operations. One survivor said she spent 2 hours buried in the landslide and that it's a miracle she's alive.
Shit. Do we have videos? What was it? CNN, right? Shit. Messages of support. Did we give them something? Did we do something? Please tell me we did something. Croatian and Hungary express condolences to the people of Slovenia. Yeah, but did we send something? No, we don't know. Shit. Just, Drava and Donav. Don't live near sea, rivers, or in the mountains. If there's anything of interest, move. I live on a mountain, kinda. But like we're doing well. Okay, it's not the top of the mountain area, but we're doing well so far. We're relatively stable. I'm kind of fucking happy over this, my dude. It's one of those situations where, you know, if something were to crumble, we would all go down in like a day, and that's it. But so far we're standing strong, so. Bitter burnt acidity. Meat plate becomes softer. Roundness of the lactose tries to cover the excessive roast. Oh! Shit, now I'm interested. Big heckin' chunker. And their logo is a fat cat. Oh, that sounds actually interesting. Wish I could get that one here. I wish I could get your fun beers. I can just get Croatian draft beers. Flooding wise, yeah. Luckily we haven't had landslides, but yeah. We'll use this info to dox you. Oh! I've kind of doxed myself a few times so far. I never know, you know what's the problem? I never know how far I have doxed myself. Nor do I know who was in chat. So the problem is that like sometimes I'm very, very paranoid about it and I'm like, oh, I will not say a single thing. And then sometimes I'm like, yeah, I probably already said it to these people, they just didn't remember it, because, you know, you don't know the places around. So you wouldn't really give a shit. So yeah, right now I believe that I have already doxed myself, possibly. Thought this was Romania. Hey, Romania is very, very rich recently. Okay, I wish I was in Romania. My dude, Romania's economy is doing well. They are doing so well as a country. Holy shit, it's not even fair. It's not even fair. We got into European Union first and fucking Romania is kicking our ass. Oh, nice. I'm pretty good. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That makes me happy. It's not... I don't know if you were on streams when I was complaining about my experiences on... what's the word? Instagram. But I used to be having interesting people, local people message me on Instagram. And I think I'm feeling especially vulnerable recently because I do actually work, right? Like I work IRL. So there's a worry that, you know, someone's going to be coming to figuring out where I work, and I'm not really feeling too happy about that. But when it comes to my private location, I'm not too worried about that, you know, no one's entering this fucking backyard. Plus, we're a village filled with people who have PTSD, so, you know, a foreigner comes in trying to do something to one of us, trying to spy on me or something, they would fucking turn them into mush. So I'm not too worried about, like, my private location right now. I am kind of just not really comfortable with it while I do work IRL. That's most of the problem, because you can't really escape that, right? Extreme arguments and debates, and at least 2 motherfuckers have sent me my street address on DMs. What the fuck? Oh, damn. Other users on Instagram in your village? Yeah, actually, yeah. Some of them doing really well on Instagram. A village nearby has a woman who's a Croatian influencer, basically. This village, I have a friend in the village, she's like a sports influencer, basically, too. Like, we got some strong Instagram content creators here. Very weird, you would never expect it. And when you go to their profiles, you would never think this is where they are. You know, you would never figure it out. You would think they're city people, but they're not city people. So yeah, if you have a large backyard to bury the bodies, then would have been too worried. I have something better than a large backyard. I have a thing where we have there's a thing with this village. It's been built really badly, and then the Serbs came, and then the Serbs mushed it around. What I'm trying to say is that there's several parts of the village which, while there were houses there, it was used for sewage, toilet sewage, stuff like that. Right now they're just like holes existing around, but you chunk stuff there and no one really knows where it goes. So while people were using it as sewage, some of them were used until like very, very recently, they didn't need to get canalization properly because everything would just like go somewhere and no one knows where. There has to be like some huge holes in this goddamn mountain that we're on for all of this to fit somewhere, or it has to be leaking into the river or some shit. Like we don't know. Yeah, they didn't need to have septička. Could be a mountain full of shit, and ironically, we don't know where it's going. But what I'm trying to say is that if you get killed in one of these villages, you're likely going the path of many other very unfortunate people previously. You're going to one of these mysterious holes, and you're never going to be found. So, I don't know if it is a sinkhole. Sinkhole is one of those that are like, right? This is just because they used to be digging wells in the village, and the wells that people are digging are very deep because the water is really, really far down, because we do kind of live on a mountain somehow. So the wells needed to be very, very deep. Hey yo. But then what happened is a lot of these well digging attempts turned out to be unsuccessful. And because they were unsuccessful, because people were just like digging holes trying to reach water, but they didn't really know how to reach water, so they were trying, and that was that. And then they would just kind of abandon the project after a while. A lot of these went somewhere, but no one knows where. And a lot of them were later used, like my grandmother had one in her garden. She closed the hole later when we returned after the war, because she was scared that some kids are going to get chunked there. She was scared that we're going to slip and fall into it. And how do you rescue a kid? You don't know how deep the hole is. You don't know where the hole goes. But before the war, she was using this hole as basically a trash dumping site. And they would just like chunk everything into this hole. All the trash was thrown into it, and it was just Where is it? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, maybe there's some poor fucker living down there on the mountain who's constantly getting trash chunked from his house walls and he doesn't know what's going on. Who the hell knows? Basement of mines and grenades, technically. We don't have a whole basement of it. We have a supply. We have a supply. It's not that big, okay? But the village is notorious for having a lot of weapons stashed around, weaponry. And so, some of it was collected after the war. A lot of it was connected by us when we were kids. We used to be playing this game where we would go into the forest and then we would make bases. So we would be like having wars. And we would have our bases, and then everyone was, you know, having a different base built in the, you know, on top of the tree or somewhere. You build a base, and then you want to go around the forest and find stuff for your base. And we found a lot of shit that later, you know, when the adults learned about it, they were like, a lot of it was taken away from our bases later. I do remember at one point, one of these bases, it was like, it was a little, I don't want to say a house, okay? It's too fancy. It's like a tent. It was a tent, but it was made from branches and, you know, leaves and stuff like that. But to enter the tent, you had to go through like an entrance. It's like one of those tents, and it has, you know, that long tube through which you enter. And the bottom part of the tube was just barbed wire. We found a bunch of barbed wire at one point in the forest, and we just kind of used it as a protective thing so no one would be able to enter our bases and steal our supply of, I don't know, mushrooms or whatever the fuck we found elsewhere. So yeah, that was very concerning. You do find there's lots of bones we found that were later taken away from us, but at the time, you know, I didn't know how to recognize bones from bones. Animal bones look really concerning too. I don't know if you've ever seen like jawline from certain animals. Have you seen jaw bones from certain animals? Like boars, for example. This part looks almost human. Like I remember for a while we had the theories that we found a human part of a skull because we actually thought it was human, but it was just a boar. But they do have like teeth in the back here, which look very similar to human teeth. So. Good job trying to find minefields. We didn't have mines, as far as I know. No, guys, as far as I know. Okay, maybe there's something. Actually, now that I think about it, it was kind of stupid of our parents to allow us to go outside. Make a sword from Serbian bones? Holy shit. Hey, dude, Dylan fucking scared me, okay? He is very intimidating to me. I like knowing that man exists and not being observed by him. I love him though, but like genuinely, he's very intimidating. Still be careful regardless. Yeah, you never... It's kind of weird now that I think about it. Why weren't we mined? No, you know why we weren't mined? It's because they didn't think there's going to be battles in this area. They did mine the like outskirts. Wait, I have a video actually saved of Operation Aloya, hour by hour, which is going to be useful now. Oh, cruel, calm, cruel. You know what that they mined? They mined, like, see this part? They mined this part a lot. I want to say just like a whole line around this part. Because a part of it we still were demining until very, very recently. I think we got lucky because they never really thought that they would lose the land around the border. So they didn't mine it because they thought this is theirs. They did do war crimes, and then at the end, when they were leaving, they did take everything valuable. But they didn't mine it. I just guess they kind of figured that they're not going to be having any battles with Croatian soldiers, so they didn't really mine it. Don't know if it's a good barrier. Yeah, right now it is. Right now it is. Do you know that we had a plan to kick down the bridge? There's relatively nearby to me. There's a bridge connecting Croatia to Serbia over the Danube. And when the war was starting, we wanted to kick the bridge down so they wouldn't be able to cross. And Tudjman was like, no, you can't do that shit. You can't kick down the bridge because the bridge is like connecting Yugoslavia and you can't break the property of Yugoslavia like this. And we were like, bro. And then the tanks rolled over it. So also, by the way, look at this, hour by hour. See. And then they officially surrendered later, which the official surrender was signed because basically this operation has shown them that there's no chance for Greater Serbia to continue existing inside Croatia's borders. So this part we liberated with Operation Oluja, and then this part here we liberated by peaceful reintegration. Oh, 80 kilometers from Osijek when this was going on. My parents moved it to a relative's place near Orahovica. Oh, nice. Oh, smart. Holy shit, smart. Hey, yo, Kim. That is, I hope you saw nothing of the horrible things. Because I wasn't born. Was I? No, I wasn't born. I was about to be born at the time. But I have a lot of relatives who were alive at the time, who were kids at the time when this was happening. You know, kind of, I want to say, kids, but old enough to know what was going on. Because I do have some relatives who were babies and shit, but like, yeah, I know what's happening. When you're a baby, you're stupid. But those who actually were conscious enough to know, dude, the trauma is like still that. Many of them do not admit it. I feel like we needed to be a lot better when it comes to mental health in Croatia after all of this. Because they will not admit they have issues, but boy, they have issues. So, you know, I wish we were smarter about dealing with this. I wish we were smarter about offering help, not just to soldiers, but also to civilians, and also to, you know, especially kids who saw stuff around. That was... A lot of tractors coming our way during Operation Storm. Oh, towards... why Serbia, Bosnia? I learned recently that Serbia actually conscripted a lot of these men who ran away. They saw them as traitors, so I knew that previously that they had a bad way traveling through Bosnia and then reaching Serbia, because, you know, pro-Serb people saw them as traitors. It was like, oh, these fucking losers, they abandoned Krajina when they heard Croatians are coming. What fucking losers, right? So they were bullied all the way while going through Bosnia. And then they reached Serbia. And in fucking Serbia, their men get conscripted and they get forced to fight for the Serbian military. So, dreams about planes bombing Chepinski aerodrome when the war in Ukraine started. Hey, I feel you, my man, I feel you. Because, like, I saw nothing during the war in Croatia, but I had nightmares about, like, a tank. There was this one just repeating of a tank breaking into my house and blowing up. And then, like, we open up the hatch of a tank and it's just some, I don't want to say a kid, but like a teenager or whatever. It's the weirdest mix of just terror. I don't know what it was. It's just being fucking sad all over. And it used to be happening for like several nights in a row when this war started. I think it just kind of like resurfaces because we haven't even talked so much about war traumas in this household in the last few years. There were consistent conversations about it. You know, when I was a kid, so when my grandmother was found, and then there was burial, and then there was burial of other victims, and then we had these interviewers coming from all over Croatia trying to interview locals on how they saw the war and how they experienced the war. So like every year you would be having conversations about this until the state forgot, and they didn't hold commemorations anymore, and no one really cared. So we stopped even talking about it, you know, it's as if we moved on. And then the war started again in Ukraine this time. And it's like it brought it all back. That was, whoa. What I saw in 1991 with my own eyes from my building. Oh shit. Once Brothers? I actually haven't. Who is it on? Is it good? Does it exist on YouTube? Is it short? Missiles from Belarus are going into Ukraine. Bastards. Just fucking bastards. Pieces of shit. I hope the missiles do nothing. I hope they're returned, but like stronger. It's someone from chat. I don't even know. It's like some fucking ass teenager. And it's just, the whole thing is just fucking sad. I think it's in part brought up because a lot of conversations here were centered around the fact that when it comes to Serbs who did the most damage to the village, and the Serbs who, you know, killed the most of our residents, a lot of them were basically teenagers, and a lot of them were killed later in fighting because they would go into fighting really stupid and really unequipped. They were a horrible military to have if you're a village under occupation. They were horrible military to have on the enemy side, right? Because they would do so many just horrible shit. We don't even know a few percentages of everything that they did. They were vile. I haven't read all the Hague files on this either. But when it comes to terrorizing local population, they were really efficient. But then when it comes to actually battling, they were basically useless. So what would happen is when they did peaceful reintegration of Croatia, they had to leave this village. We did a thing at the time, which was basically forgiving crimes of collaborators if they tell you who from the enemy military did crimes, right? So that's why locals who collaborated with Serbs and who gave our houses to Serb invaders, they were never put on court. Because they were kind of forgiven their crimes in return for giving us identities of Serbs who did criminal acts. But these Serbs were dead at the time. These were teenagers who were quickly sent to Bosnia, sent to like fight against the actual militaries there, fucking died on the front lines. So no justice was ever reached because people who did horrible shit either got forgiven or, you know, got killed because they were stupid. And I think it just kind of forms your, you know, views of the whole thing very, very negatively. Wait, though, let me Google this one. Occupied within 5 days, ethnically cleansed within 7 days. Shit. All by hardcore Chetniks from Serbia, Montenegro, and Bosnian Serbs. No teenagers there. You had no teenagers. We had Arkan with his man. He had proper fighters at the start, and then he had a bunch of very young dudes, many of them teenagers, just going around like killing everyone they kind of wanted to kill. Just doing stupid shit because they felt like doing stupid shit. They had brothels opened. They drank all the alcohol that people had stored in their houses. They were burning furniture. They were burning books. They were burning entire houses. To my uncle's house, they took a bunch of trash and they stuffed it in the chimney. So when people who were, you know, chased out of their houses, Croats, when Croats started returning to their homes, it was very, very cold. It was middle of the winter at the time, so my uncle tried to light a fire in the fireplace and the chimney fucking exploded. And they did so intentionally, you know, knowing that people who return are going to try to light a fire in the fireplace, because obviously who the fuck would have thought that they are going to just sabotage your entire house. They took out radiators. They intentionally were setting fires in different parts of the rooms. They basically, I want to say they lived like pigs. In several houses we had floor damage because they would be like having, I don't know, imagine having a living room and you're feeling kind of cold, but you don't feel like going on to start a fire in the central heating. So what they would do is they would just light a fucking fire in the middle of the room. They would, you know, it wouldn't go to the rest of the house. It was relatively controlled. It's not like the whole house burned down, but they would be having a fucking fire in the middle of the room. Just, yeah, I don't know, bro. It's like having fucking cave people in your house all the time. So, yeah. We must demilitarize and denazify Zagreb regime to accept Serbian world and stop genociding Krajina children with biolab birds. Basically almost what they were saying, because they did claim that we want to genocide Krajina. They also still are claiming that people in Krajina were Serb grandparents and children only, and that's who we chased out during Oluja. So that too. Big fan in the room. Fuck off. One of the first cities in Bosnia to be attacked. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. That man was a piece of shit. Died like a dog. He deserved it. The only bad thing about the whole thing with Arkan is that his family never was brought to court. Did you know his wife is a fucking Kardashian celebrity in Serbia right now? Because she's a fucking Kardashian celebrity in Serbia right now. She posts pictures with her kids sometimes, and people in comments are like, oh yeah, kids looks just like daddy. Daddy? You mean the rotten piece of shit? Why are you writing hard comments on this? That should be a fucking insult. Whole 4 pigs in the main room? What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck even? It's like... Sometimes you try not to make too harsh jokes about them as a nation, and then you remember stuff like that and you're like, dude, come on. Come on. It very much does remind me of Russians right now, you know? Russians put shit in houses, yeah, like that. It does remind me of Russians. They destroyed a lot of houses. I remember these jokes for a while because there was this one video of a Ukrainian coming into their house, and the Russians were literally like shitting all around the house. But the house in question, it had a normal toilet on the inside. They could have just gone on the toilet. It had running water and everything. They could have done that. They still went to shit outside. I don't know. Is there something that happens to people when they're part of a, you know, such a military action that they just turn full primal? The fuck happens to you? Like, where's that kind of behavior coming from? Because it's not even, you know, the usual cruelty towards the enemy or something. It's just you being unable to live in houses you have just occupied. Like, you're gonna be living there for a while, right? Most of them were living there for a while. How did they think it was a smart idea to do that? I don't know. She was so used to cooking outside in the out kitchen that she'd cook there 90% of the time, even after she built a kitchen inside the home. Oh yeah, my grandfather was the same. We still have an old shed, which was, it used to be a kitchen previously, and he was always cooking that, and it was like middle of the winter and he was cooking that. It was middle of the summer, he was cooking that. He was always cooking that. He knew how to use the other kitchen, he just didn't want to. Yeah, same fucking experience. Maybe we had same grandparents. Joining military immediately helps your IQ. To be fair, look, our heroes were good, okay? Our heroes were good. Oluja was done by Croatians who were parts of the military, and they were very brave and they were very smart and they did a lot of very, very good things. So to me, it's the occupiers whose IQ gets halved, okay? Because us defending, we stay normal. We stay normal-ish. What did I want to play? Oh, I found this one video of this one dude, but yeah, we're gonna look at him once. Ish. I want something fast right now. Maybe this. What is this?
20 years ago to the day, the Croatian army launched Operation Storm. The objective was to retake control of Serbian-occupied territory inside Croatia. It pitted some 130,000 Croatian troops against an estimated 30,000 Serb fighters. Both sides still disagree on what happened during the 4-day offensive.
Everything's
Separatists
safe to
had
see.
seized the region around Knin and drove out its Croat population, declaring it as the Republic of Serbian Krajina. Just some
Crimea.
84 hours later, however, Croatian forces took back control of the disputed region. Hundreds of civilians were killed, yet Franjo Tuđman, the president of Croatia, was held as a hero on the streets of Zagreb.
Which
That
he was.
military operation saw some 200,000 ethnic Serbs flee their homes into
This is the
today's
tractors.
Serbia, Montenegro and Bosnia.
By the way, this is why, if you guys remember when we went to Eurovision this year and we were singing about tractors to mock Belarusians, and if you remember, Serbs were really, really offended at it for a while because they were like, is this meant to mock Serbs? Are you using tractor imagery because you're making fun of Serbs? That's why. One big joke at the time was that Serbs ran away from Croatian military on their tractors. Because a lot of Serbs who did leave, they were civilians who did flee on tractors because it was all they had, basically. Now, the reason why Operation Oluja is still not regarded as intentional, how do I say it, as ethnic cleansing of the areas, is because this was not the intent of Operation Oluja. What basically happened is Serbian government has warned Serbs in Krajina to leave. They have warned them that Croats are coming and that if you want to survive, you have to leave. So Serbs actually left, civilians, they left before the whole operation even happened. Yeah, they were instructed to leave. Yeah. So we don't. When the case reached Hague Court, there was no way to prove whether Croats would want to do ethnic cleansing in the area, because Serbs left by the time Croats came there, because Serbs told them to leave. So the whole thing with them running away on tractors, it wasn't even as if they were actually running away from, a direct threat, as if they were being, directly attacked by the military. They thought they are going to be attacked. How to instruct Russians and what things to leave? I think you're kind of doing that whenever you bomb shit out of them. I think you're kind of doing them. I think a lot of them already get scared at the point. I do think it's going to be a lot of longer process. I saw some Ukrainians commenting on Operation Oluja lately, and on how in 2014 there was a possibility to do Operation Oluja in Ukraine. There was a possibility to solve the situation similarly to how we solved the situation. But the problem is that in 2014, Russia introduced more troops into the game when they felt that they may be losing control over occupied areas of Ukraine. They introduced a lot more conventional troops into the game, and then the whole situation changed. And right now it's going to be a lot harder to actually effectively, kick them out, because it's been a bit longer at this point. 60k Serbs left after the war, after instructions from the Serb politicians. They still count them as refugees. Yeah, it's like, bro, bro. And then the number of people who actually died of civilians is vastly lower than people will claim it is. And also we're having problems of not knowing which people were counted in it. I don't know if you've seen the videos. They're not really stream friendly. But there's videos of Serb tanks going to defend Krajina. And as they were rolling down the streets in an attempt to reach Krajina faster, to defend it from incoming Croatian troops, they ran over Serb civilians. They just plummeted over them. So, the whole thing with Serb allegations of this being a genocide and ethnic cleansing, the more and more you look into it, more and more ridiculous it is. Russian tourists visiting Crimea and government insurances are silent. Yeah. Man, it's just... let's hope that soon they get scared enough to leave, like Serbs here did. Let's hope that's what we see. What is this? Oh shit. Ayo, Scorp.
Russia has been hit by a large explosion. My rockets cost me money, it's what I believe. My rockets
What is this?
they feel it when they see. My rockets got the fame, they know it and they fear. My rockets cost me money, it's what I believe.
No ethnic cleansing. We're nice people.
Freedom from war. What I'm looking for, one more and more. People just want more and more freedom from war. What I'm looking for, courage, bridge, and fire. Your defense is terrified. Courage, bridge, and fire.
Okay, fair.
Your defense is terrified. Courage, bridge, and fire. Your defense is terrified. Courage, bridge, and fire. Na 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 na
Nice.
My rockets cost me money, it's what I believe. My rockets got the power.
We're still occupied. I hope. Man, I don't know how that's gonna change. I just hope it does. I don't even know what could be done in that situation. It just sucks. It's happening. Like, you could have been in Europe at this point. I mean, I love the way they're doing these edits. I truly do hope you get Oluya of your own. Holy shit. We're actually having conversations in Croatian media space recently. Ewa is actually connected to one of the news that I saw. I need to show you the news. Could have been on Balaton, but instead you're hanging out with us. The news in question being these. Where is it? Where is it? These. We had a protest by peace activists in Zagreb, urging authorities to accept responsibility for Serb victims of war crimes committed during and after Operation Storm, which yeah, we just kind of went through all of it. We went through all of it. Why the fuck? But there's been interesting conversations happening around these protests. So not from the protesters themselves, because they're fucking imbeciles, but around these protests and around the fact that sometimes we forget what Operation Storm has allowed for this country. It absolutely was not an attempt of ethnic cleansing, it was not an attempt of genocide, not at all, but it was rightful liberation of our territories, and it worked to crumble the idea of Greater Serbia within Croatian borders. And this is strong, because if we did not do this, there's still a possibility we might have won. There's still a possibility we might have won in other ways. There's still a possibility we might have negotiated, a possibility we might have had a peaceful integration like we did with eastern parts of Croatia. We would absolutely be having a Dodik situation right now, though, if we did that. Doing things the way we did them has turned out to be the best fucking course of action. This has enabled us to just go the path that our country wants without having someone in the country intentionally stopping the process every single time that you go too close to Europe. Which is exactly what Dodik is doing to Bosnia. Exactly what he is doing there. Whenever Bosnia gets too close, whenever it just gets too good, whenever there's too much hope to do something right, that piece of shit goes on and sucks off some Russians. Every single time so far, he is slowing down progress on every single part of the country he can. It is horrible to have that sort of an influence inside your country. And that's also why I'm taking it a lot less seriously these days when people try to do the whole thing with like, oh, maybe Ukraine should have just allowed Donbas and Crimea to be autonomous territories within Ukraine so they could do voting themselves. Like they would basically be Dodik. They would be Dodik to Ukraine. That's what they would be doing. They would be fucking up every single goddamn thing that the country is trying to do. They would be just shitting on everything. So yeah, just fucking kick the occupiers out, destroy their dreams of Russian influence around, and that is the only way to go forward, because you see in Bosnia that cooperation is not going to work. So yeah, overall, these people, arrogant little fuckers, arrogant little ungrateful fuckers. Is there a Ukrainian song about enjoying photos of dead Russians? Would I get banned like Topsen did? We can't do stuff like that. We gotta be nice. We gotta be nice. Is there a song about enjoying Kerch Bridge? Lithuania declared more than 1,000 citizens of Russia and Belarus living in the country to be threats to national security. I think I saved something relevant to this. Let me try to find it. But it was basically when they were trying to get a visa to the country, they needed to solve a test. And one of the questions was, how do they feel about Russian invasion on Ukraine? And apparently it is because they answered this wrongly. Yeah, citizens of Russia and Belarus had to fill out a special questionnaire before applying for a residence permit or national visa, which includes a question about the attitude to Russian aggression in Ukraine. So what I'm guessing is that they were like, yeah, let's go in and butcher all of them. And then Lithuania was like, I don't know how smart it is to have you within my borders. Yeah, he is still banned. He is still banned. It's, as far as I know, it's an indefinite ban. Let me check if he posted anything new. If you're a Twitter user, go and retweet Topsen's last post. I'm gonna give you the link. Why the fuck doesn't it? Oh, okay, nice. It opens in the other part of his profile, but not on this one. Here's... Hey, I actually wanted to watch a video yesterday. You just remembered me. That Ukrainian woman who streams Ne Apolitichny. She made a new video on NATO, and then we didn't watch it. So you just reminded me. Here's Topsen's post, which was, as a Ukrainian streamer fighting propaganda during these tough times, the indefinite ban from Twitch has hit me hard. 3 years of daily streams without issues, and now this. I regret my slip up and want to make it right. My livelihood depends on it. So yeah, go and support Topsen and go and retweet it and go and do what's the word? Do your retweets, do your quote tweets, do everything you can. So let's see if it works. What did I click on? What did I click on? What did I not click on? Okay, wait, clicked here, Lithuania fucking based. Clicked here because it's my own link. We could like, who sent this genius thing in chat? And it's me. It's just me. Ballistic missiles have been launched from the territory of Belarus. Bastards. Just bastards. Wait, this was like half an hour ago, right? What does... What does that mean for us? What does that mean for us? Did the attack end? And if it did, do we think there's going to be a change in behavior towards Belarus because of this? Or is everything just going to remain exactly the same? Because I would love to see some harsher sanctions or whatever, but I'm not too expecting. Is this? They have titles? They have English, nice. What is the band that made the NAFO song? What? Even if they're like actively doing it now, nothing's gonna change. Because that fucking sucks.
Лишилася хуйня, копійку збираєм, щоб вибух було видно навіть за версту. У волонтерів ту ракету замовляєм.
Yeah, I think same too. They were used for the initial first assault, right? And also supplies were going through Belarusian territory. Man, I wish. Oppenheimer 2. Damn. Fuck the bridge though. Hey, talking about this. Wait. Oh, okay. You guys remember yesterday who was on Thompson's stream? Because yesterday when we were on Thompson's stream, people were posting Russian allegations that the Krim Bridge has been hit again by missiles, but then later it turned out that it wasn't the missile; it was the ship, right? Oh, by the way, I also have to show you this. The ship was hit by missiles. It was not the bridge itself. But I remember when I was on Thompson's and when the reports started coming in, he read a few of them and then he was like, oh, it's Russians saying that the bridge is hit. So because it's Russians saying that the bridge is hit, I will not trust them because I don't trust Russians. Which it means that they lied about it being an attack on the bridge to cover up the fact it was an attack on the tanker ship? Why? Wouldn't it make more sense to just admit it was one of your ships? So it doesn't seem like the bridge itself is a target again? Why would you want to make it seem like the bridge itself was the target? Like it seems like a weird way to do switching of what was actually the target of the attack. Doom is a base game. Have you seen that one? One of the people who made OG Doom was really into like unironic fighting of demons. Is he a priest or something, or connected to a priest? I don't remember it. But I remember there were a bunch of memes of people being like, oh, Doom is the anti-religious game because there's demons in it. And he was like, yeah, bro, you literally kill demons. Like, it's as supportive of your brand of religion as it could be. You kill demons in it. That's you're supposed to want to get rid of them. That's good. Hey, yeah, Gustavo, how's life going?
Хотите жить? Бегите. Хотите жить? Сдавайтесь в плен. Россия не получит новую территорию Украины. Россия присоединит себя к той катастрофе, которую она принесла на оккупированную территорию нашей страны. Оккупант заполняет могилами захваченную территорию Украины. И все больше могил на территории самой России. Ценой того, что один человек в России хочет продолжать эту войну, кто хочет войны больше, чем жизнь, вашей жизни, граждане России.
Oh shit.
Хотите жить? Бегите.
Nice. Oh, nice. That was good. That was... Oh. I don't think they're going to be... How to say this? I don't think they are willing to do any sort of action anytime soon to go and run away. I believe... You know, it's like, it's Russia you're speaking of. Telling them to run away, it's like telling them to go and start a revolution. They're very unwilling to be that sort of involved in their political situation in their country. But strong video. If it gets one of them to shit his pants, it did good. One more hit wouldn't be as big of a loss of face than admitting that Ukraine has also managed to attack their commercial vessels that supply cream in the Russian operation in Syria. Oh, okay, fair. Since the bridge was already hit, yeah. It was like in the heads of like Russians around, they were like, yeah, the bridge is already, you know, a target. And we're getting retaliation for this target by hitting Ukrainian cities, but like, you kind of wrote it off already, but you didn't write off the tankers that Russia uses in other operations. That is true, okay. Fair point. Is this new? 10 minutes ago.
Recently been catching media attention, and it's what I've been going on and on about for over a year now. And it's the fact that in 2023, the Ukrainian military did not purchase any first aid kits for their military. And the result is that soldiers are not equipped for the battlefield. There's no standardized issue of...
Why are the YouTube subs like that?
There's no quality testing.
Hey Yorick, how's life?
And this is something that's...
How is life? How is existing?
At this point, thousands.
Lots of sirens. I heard them just before the stream. I don't know what was going on.
Largely by myself.
I started panicking for a second, my dude.
But now this is a big thing on social media. On August 1st, there was an article released that a committee had found that it was indeed true that the first aid kits that were issued were not quality checked, and no first aid kits were bought at all. And now that I actually have people's attention, I want to go through some of the stuff that I found. This is a fraction of a quarter of what I found in our soldiers' statistics. I have taken these off soldiers themselves. I have remade...
Like social credit? Hide them away.
medical supplies.
I didn't turn on my bot. He has a beer count.
Something that you find in Russian.
Command. He's just asleep though.
This is a tourniquet.
He calls you out for lying about me drinking beer.
Very effective. It's actually terrible. I'm sure after a couple... What are soldiers being given?
I needed to make him a counter, but It was during yesterday's stream, and I just made it really, really quickly so you would have a response, so you wouldn't feel lonely when you write it.
Time and time and time again. And this is why I have been here and refuse to leave and refuse to stop until I can personally replace as many IFACs as I can. And this is why it's so important for people to keep donating, because I have to make new petitions for our soldiers. I've lost count.
Shit.
I couldn't even begin to tell you how many new IFACs I've made. It's rinse and repeat over and over and over with every new unit of soldiers I come across.
Shit.
Sadly, even the medics are poorly supplied. I read that 90% of the medical supplies used by the Ukrainian army right now are provided by volunteers, and I don't doubt that for a minute. So help me help Ukraine, please. Help me get them good quality stuff. I have spent many a night on the ground, in my garage, in the back of a car, putting together new IFACs. Help me continue to do that. Thank you.
Shit. Man. What's inside a good IFAC? Wait, did we? No, we didn't see this one, right? We saw the other one.
Hi guys, it's Becca. I'm making a video.
Oh.
Okay. I want to talk to you about what goes in an IFAC, what I've done here, and what
I think no torture is accepted at all. Not war crime technically. I mean, torture is a crime regardless.
Go through them, hack them, and replace them.
Okay.
So, tonight I've been taking old IFACs, getting the trash out, taking out the fake tourniquets, old Soviet bandages, the rubbish, and making new. And I have a couple bags left. Four. But I made this one, and I want to show you what's inside. This is my little packing station here. I have regular gauze, hemostatic gauze, chest seals, emergency blankets, scissors, field decompression, Sharpies, alcohol swabs, burn kit.
I mean, killing is. Now whether it's a war crime, I feel like it could be debated. But you know, just doing killing. So when it comes to Twitch, calling for it is not allowed, regardless.
This one right here. I really like these bags right here because they're the quick release. Hey, kitty. When you have an emergency. Okay.
Ah.
This is my standard IFAC. This is what I make and give to the soldiers. And those of you who have donated, thank you. Some of you probably paid for the contents of this bag right here. I also have everything pretty secure here because I know when the guys go to the position, blundjobs, trench, whatever you want to call it, and they're opening their bag in a rush, it can be super hectic and everything will fall out. So,
okay.
Here I have my tourniquet. It is an authentic cat tourniquet.
Government?
Here
only deliver? Oh, like only deliver to
This
authorities?
is very important. Documentation, especially writing on the tourniquet what time it was applied.
Oh.
Scissors. I need to visualize the wounds many times. I need to cut the clothes off. Okay. In the back here, I have one burn dressing. Burn Shield is amazing. They make really good compact burn dressings. It's really good for soldiers that have positions with tanks and things like that. There's always a risk of burns. And sadly, the Russians love to use munitions that burn up as well. Okay. Then in back here, I have my favorite chest seals hyphen. Okay, and front and back. Hi. Hello. So, like I tell the guys, what goes in has to come out. So, the bullet goes in, it will come out the back oftentimes. So, I'll put pneumothorax, as they call it, plaster on top, on front, right up that. So, my favorite chest seal here. This is very durable, tested by yours truly many times. It's a North American Rescue one. People don't want to cough up the money for it, but it can save someone's life, and it has. For every IFAC, there needs to be 2 chest seals, because what goes in comes out. And if you have a bullet coming in the front, you need to check the back as well, because most likely it will have an accident. Additionally, put in 1 needle decompression and a nasopharyngeal airway with the lube taped to it. It's
Damn.
the frost and the sauce a lot. So that's the front. Now, on this side, I have my combat gauze. Very nice, vacuum sealed, Z folded hemostatic dressing. Okay? Then I have regular compressed gauze, North American Rescue. I love this company. Dean? Say hi. Whoa. It's okay. I have just 1 packet of simple gauze. I don't like what I call babushka IFACs because they just have like band-aids and stuff like that. This IFAC will save your life. This is a tactical medical kit, okay? So I have bare minimums. If you're stable enough to need a band-aid and that's it, you can wait for evacuation. No, that sounds good too. This is
fair.
stuff that will save your life, okay? So. This is authentic pressure bandage. Always check down here, guys, for the Persei medical mark, because these are the authentic ones, and the duplicates look very, very similar. This is good stuff. This is the 6-inch. Okay. And this packet here, I have gloves, hand cleaner, these wonderfully tightly packed thermal blankets, hypothermia prevention, tape, and 1 paracetamol. I know the veterans of GWOT on here are going to come after me and say that I needed my combat pack, combat med pack with, antibiotics, stuff like that.
Do you guys remember when Russians on Telegram were confused because there was a video of Russians taken prisoners of war, and Ukrainians put those thermal blankets on them to keep them protected from the elements, and Russians didn't know what a thermal blanket was, so they thought that Ukrainians packed their men like some sort of a Christmas decoration to make fun of them. I think I may I saved that thing. But it was so funny, my man. We're like, why did they pack them like this? Like, bro, come on. Did you have to have fucking thermal blankets? You gotta know what that shit is. Come on. Who the fuck knows? Gonna find it one day. It was a funny post though, okay? It was a funny post, and it was funny see them confused over what is basically I want to say a very basic type of equipment. Oh, out of my damn place. Russians threatened her with death after she refused to shake the hand of the Russian competitor. Shit. You didn't shake the hand of your master? What the fuck? Really? The fuck? Not surprised too much. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck, anyways? Oh? Gonna be waiting for news. I don't want to get too hopeful, so I am refusing to celebrate drones traveling all the way to Moscow. What is this? Hot Summer 223. Today at around 11 o'clock, pilots of the first UAV company detected and destroyed a depot of ammo and fuel and lubricants near Zaitsevo. According to panic cries in the intercepts, the occupation formations try to store 82mm and 120mm mines, 30mm shells, and TM62 anti-tank mines there. Liberty of Russia. Liberty of Russia. They're doing something still? I forgot about them at this point. Haven't seen the news in a while. Hot meeting of trains from the capital.
To see this.
In the Moscow region, not indifferent citizens were walking near the railway and noticed how the fire of popular resistance descended on another signaling system. This resulted in flight delays. For several hours, the communication between St. Petersburg and Moscow, as well as adjacent settlements, was paralyzed. Military cargoes, according to our information, were still standing on the tracks for a long time, blocked by passenger trains. Nice! Okay, fair. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, and I've seen these. But nice, hey, I'm very glad to see them doing something, genuinely. Haven't heard of them in a while, already got kind of worried. Hey, by the way, another video that I saved that I wanted to show you was, where is it? It was this one. A Russian ambassador to the UK went to do an interview and it went as well as you would have expected it to go.
Former ally, maybe still an ally.
Also, Navalny got a prison sentence. I don't know if you've seen that. But, you know, I didn't really see it as a strong enough piece of news because I think we all knew it was going to happen.
Yevgeny Prigozhin, a former ally, maybe still an ally of President Putin, we'll go there in a second. In part of his challenge to the president and to the Russian military establishment, basically said, you all must know that Zelensky was elected in order to try to improve relations with Russia, to try to change all the dynamic that was going on in eastern Ukraine, not to go to war with Russia or to challenge Russia in that regard. He said that Russia's quote-unquote, no, I think he called it a war, he didn't call it a special military operation, has been completely counterproductive because if Ukraine had, 3 tanks before the war, it's now got X number of tanks. If Ukraine had a military that had a few thousand prepared soldiers, now it has, the whole country is prepared. So in other words, it was a big mistake by Russia. Do you think you're willing to accept any of that? This is from an ally of the president's.
It's hard to say. He is, I wouldn't say that he does not belong to those who are planning something or doing something. He is a businessman, certainly. He is, in a way, he is adventurist, of course.
Prigozhin.
Prigozhin, definitely. He is, because he is far from that. He was involved into a certain business project. And
I know, but his troops did, if there were any successes on the battlefield, his troops did.
Listen, he can do whatever he thinks he does. When he tried to arrange this mutiny, I would say that he has got a qualification, so it was a high treason. The president has qualified it when it has started, then it was all over. Now he's traveling someplace, so we do recognize some hero deeds by Wagner Group in when they have specifically stormed Bakhmut and all of that. But there are organizers
what time is
and
it?
there are soldiers.
Yeah,
so
about an hour. I was
thinking. What I would like to understand why it is that people like Karamurza, the intellectual,
I want to be doing some gaming.
Verbally protesting.
There's a summer event in Deep Rock Galactic.
But
I still have 3 missions to finish. But I think I'm just gonna end at normal time, go to Thompson, and then GG.
Is still wandering around free in Russia. He was photographed meeting with the African leaders.
PUBG, nice, good luck.
Why is he not in jail for treason?
The investigation is
going well for you.
What has happened when these troops has gone to Rostov? No one has been killed at all. No one has, there was no damage at all.
Basic working bitch, how dare you?
In my understanding, it was just, as one of the marshals decided that he is too outstanding.
You know, Russian soldiers died in the
this one.
I never recall this information. No.
All right, well, it was reported that Russian soldiers died, that President Putin also said it was an act of treason.
Exactly. Yes.
But why is he still glad-handing with people like invited African presidents? Where Putin is in St. Petersburg, why is he not?
I saw this photograph. It does not prove anything. So perhaps they have business relations, something like that. I can only because I have no explanation to that.
Yeah. Do you think it was a real coup against Putin, an attempt against Putin?
No.
What was it?
There was no attempt to get Putin. There was an idea that Prigozhin's people and Wagner, especially organizers, they had something special. They were supposed to go under the control of the Ministry of Defense, getting same salaries, getting same ammunition supplies and all of that. They didn't want because the profit that before that, when they were independent, was much higher than the arrangement that was proposed to them to do.
So just so that you know, the reports are that at least 15 Russian servicemen died. Most of those were Air Force pilots.
Yes,
but anyway, that's...
I remember that. There was a helicopter.
Yeah. So the guy's responsible for the death of Russian military.
He was asked this question, why the helicopter was downed. And he said, we have got a crazy air defense commander who has done it without command. That was an answer by Prigozhin.
Just what sort of stupidity? She's like, hey, this dude responsible for death of Russian servicemen. Why is he just chilling around? Why is he just existing? Why is he meeting with diplomats? He's responsible for a death of several Russian soldiers. And dude's response is just like, yeah, well, you know, Prigozhin said it happened. Prigozhin said this thing really did happen. Indeed, my dude. Just fucking ridiculous. Hey, also, I saved this, but I don't know what this is, but I really, really want to watch it, because I saw Bosna mentioned, and it reminded me of another post that also I wanted to show you while we were talking about Bosna. Let me find it. Let me find it, specifically concerning USA relationship with Bosna, because USA has been interesting in the last 2 years, both in relation towards Vučić and in relation towards Bosna. Here it is. So this overall quite a message to US ambassador to Serbia, because Serbian president went to Bosna, and what happened is he was received by the president of Republika Srpska, not even received by the presidency of Bosna. He was received specifically and only by Dodik. And not only was he received specifically and only by Dodik, the president of Republika Srpska, which is a part of Bosna, he didn't allow for there to be any sort of markings of Bosnia and Herzegovina at this meeting. So as you can see, there were no flags allowed of Bosna. Nothing of this was a symbol of Bosnia. He didn't allow any of it. It's a very strong symbolic thing in Bosnian politics specifically, because Dodik does still want to take his part of Bosnia and to allow it to be a part of Serbia again, which has been the whole, problem with Bosnia so far, and also I think that's holding it back really, really strongly from any sort of improvement of international relationships, because Dodik is kind of setting Bosnia back on every single possible front. Whenever they have conversations about entering European Union, Dodik is there to fuck it up. If they have conversations about building a stronger relationship with any country in the West, Dodik is there to fuck it up. He is not able enough to try to build a useful relationship with Russia, nor does Russia want to get really that much closer to Serbia or Bosnia itself. So it's kind of creating no benefits, it is just only creating problems, and yet he is still there. So yeah, I thought this was very, very interesting. It did happen very, very recently. So it's a huge thing basically in Balkan politics. If there's any sort of actual turmoil happening in Balkan, it will very likely be happening in Bosnia, and it will very likely center Dodik, because he is doing some stupid shit.
Hello and welcome to World Talks on TVP World, where every word matters. I'm your host Benjamin Lee, and please join me and my guests on this exclusive interview.
I want to see Bosnia
Tensions
though.
between the United States and Hungary rise as the two countries seem to be locking horns over Bosnia. There's much to discuss
Why?
about these geopolitical dynamics and what they mean for the wider region. Joining us on TVP World to unpack these complexities is Andrew Tetterborn from the Swansea University. Hello, sir, and welcome to TVP World.
Good evening, my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. And
You want to make him faster.
understand the current situation between Hungary and U.S. over Bosnia, of all things.
Right. I think you've got to go back a little here and ask why the US has been imposing sanctions on, actually, it's not Bosnia, it's on the Serbian movement in Bosnia.
Nice.
The latest sanctions are on a number of people within the Bosnian government from the Serbian side.
True.
The Americans, I think, have two reasons for doing this. One is they are very aware that Serbia has a long tradition of supporting Russia, and they wish to put pressure both on Serbia itself and on the mini Serbian state within Bosnia, which, just to make everybody confused, is of course called the Republic of Serbia. But they want to put pressure on it, I think, to make it clear that they don't approve of their attitude to Russia and their apparent support for Russia against Ukraine. The other reason they're doing it is all to do with a thing called the Dayton Accords of 1995. Now, just to explain to you how this works, Bosnia-Herzegovina was torn by civil war in the early 1990s between largely the Bosnians and the Serbs. That war was settled by a meeting in Dayton in the United States, under which the country was turned into a kind of loose federation. The problem is that the Serbians, that is the people in what is rather confusingly called the Republic of Serbia, which is actually part of Bosnia, the Serbians would very much like to join with the rest of Serbia. That, of course, goes completely against the Dayton Accords, which were entered into to keep Bosnia and Herzegovina as an individual country. Now, there you have the background. Hungary is unhappy about this. One reason is discreditable, which is that Hungary, I think, has an attitude towards Russia which I don't like. I think, all right, Hungary is trying to act as honest broker, but I think it could probably be a little more outspoken against Russia. The second point
that
is
was a weird way to say
I
it.
think a much stronger one. One point about Bosnia-Herzegovina is there is a very big democratic deficit. For one thing, the whole arrangement is arranged between three different ethnic groups, the Bosnians, one other which we needn't go into, and the Serbs. The other is that the whole country is run
Talking about
by
Hungary,
a kind of viceroy or
there's a new
dictator,
trend there
appointed by
that I need to find. Let me try to find the thing. Wait, I'm just gonna be playing him. But they have these new car stickers.
He's a gentleman called Christian Schmidt, who is a
They're
German,
fucking ridiculous. I need you to see
who
them.
is a German diplomat. And he has virtually dictatorial powers over the whole country, including the power to change the constitution and to veto laws. Now, what actually provoked this was that the Republic of Serbia passed a law saying that in certain cases it would not obey orders from the Supreme Court of Bosnia-Herzegovina, which of course again goes completely against the idea of the country. The person in charge, Christian Schmidt, has actually said that he will veto that law, but it is technically because of that law that the latest sanctions have been imposed by the United States. What Hungary is arguing is that actually we need more democracy in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and we can't go on forever running the country in the way that we do. Now that's probably confused your listeners even more than they were confused when I
Holy shit,
started.
found it.
Yes, indeed, because I was wondering how significant is Hungary's decision to, say, like you mentioned, uphold the democratic elected leaders play into this, and in the light of like U.S. sanction of all things.
I think it could be quite...
Here it is, check this out. They have these new car stickers. Bro, it took me so long to find it. and they're supposed to be symbolizing Hungarian irredentism. It's this one. It's the sticker of Greater Hungary. So basically this part that they're occupying right here, this is Istra, and then they're also taking part of Croatia. And now whenever the tourists come around, like almost every single one of their cars had a stupid ass sticker on it. Croatians already, asking what to do about this. They're having questions over whether it's reportable or not, but it isn't really reportable because, like, what do you report it on? You're like, there's a stupid car sticker. You could technically report it for, what is it? Peace, public peace, something. Just creating problems in society, but then you would need to prove how this sticker has actually, caused turmoil, and that would be really, really hard to do. But yeah, overall, Hungarians are being little pieces of shit. So when he's doing the whole thing, he made a claim that, like, Hungary is trying to act as a connection between Russia and Europe, but that it could make their position on the Russian invasion a bit stronger, a bit more clear. I feel like he has given way too much credit to Hungary. Hungary doesn't deserve this sort of credit. Hungary is not a country that is going to be in any sort of a way on the right side of this. I'm not really sure why he's trying to present it as like, oh yeah, they're just trying to be a connection between these two sides. No, they're trying to be imperialist, both in Hungary and on this issue.
On the ground, and I'll tell you why. The Serbs in Bosnia, who of course want to leave Bosnia-Herzegovina and join Serbia under their leader Milorad Dodik, who is again sanctioned by the United States and by Britain. The Serbs need all the friends that they can get. And I think it is quite significant that somebody with at least some democratic credentials is coming in on their side and saying, look, we do actually need rather more of a hearing for Serbian electors within Bosnia-Herzegovina.
But they're having all of the rights they could be having.
A much longer game that Viktor Orban is playing. He realizes, I suspect, that
as much as you can be a democracy with Dodik in the country
cannot go on forever. It has been going on for nearly 30 years, with the parties only being kept from each other's throats by the imposition of a rather artificial country, and by the giving of dictatorial powers to the special representative Christian Schmidt. One of these days there will have to be a reckoning, and that reckoning will involve, at the very least, much greater independence for the Republic of Serbia even than it has now.
Right, the whole thing seems very, very, very convoluted. And what's the U.S.'s role into this? What's their interest in kind of getting into this mess? And again, I'm curious about how the locking horns happen between Hungary and U.S.
I think the U.S.'s interest, well, one, the U.S. essentially brokered the agreement of 1995, the Dayton Accord, which brought modern Bosnia-Herzegovina into existence. And it is very much a matter of American prestige to do as much as it can to make sure that that country continues in accordance with those agreements. There's also, I think, a fear in America that a greater Serbia could be a worrying support for Russia. And I think it's those two fears which have caused the United States to try to tell Hungary, please back off with this degree of support, because the United States is also putting pressure on Hungary in all sorts of other areas, including, for example, its naturalization policies, by which it brings back very large numbers of ethnic Hungarians from abroad. It's putting pressure on Hungary in respect of its internal policies on LGBT rights and so on. Uncle Sam, to use a slang term, Uncle Sam desperately wants to get Hungary much more on the American side of things.
All right, speaking about the naturalization process, because like you mentioned, this is one of the things that the U.S. and Hungary is butting heads over. What's the U.S.'s concern with this so-called naturalization process?
I think actually this is really a matter of putting pressure on Hungary. I'm not sure how genuine the real concern is. Because what the Americans have done actually is not to take away visa-free access to the United States, which it could have done. It could have said, sorry guys, you're out of the visa waiver process entirely. What it's actually said is that visa waiver is going to be tightened up. A visa waiver certificate only now gives you one trip to the United States rather than unlimited ones. And I think it only lasts for 1 year rather than 2.
It used to be
I
unlimited.
suspect that the United States is very much using the naturalization law as a
For 2 years you could go to USA
for putting,
unlimited times.
collateral pressure on Hungary.
Nice.
Certainly other countries which are fairly generous with their citizenship, like Cyprus, the United States is currently happily in negotiation with to extend the visa waiver process to them. Okay. So my suspicion is that, as I say, this is very much an excuse rather than a reason.
Right, and of a lot of the issues raised by the United States against Hungary, what are the other topics that you think might also fall into the same category?
Oh, the other thing, which is actually a running sore, is the United States' unhappiness with Hungary's internal policies, and oddly enough with its LGBT policies, because a little time ago, the United States, clearly intending to send a message to Hungary, appointed a new ambassador who was not only gay, but very openly gay, and very much a gay activist. And since then, it has been encouraging him to go on things like pride demonstrations. Which, if you think about it, is quite controversial, because normally you expect diplomats to keep out of matters of political controversy in the country that they're visiting. But this is also a case where the United States clearly feels, under Joe Biden, that it's important to tell Hungary that Uncle Sam is not happy.
Right, so do you think a lot of these kind of current diplomatic spat, a lot of it actually stem from the so-called cultural war, or the things that the U.S. want the Hungarians to run internally?
Yeah, I think so. I think the United States would find it much more convenient if Hungary was an ordinary European country that simply said, right guys, we will contribute our troops to NATO, we will support NATO aims, we will not be the maverick of Eastern Europe.
Maverick.
But we will simply say we are on the side of the Americans. It's happy with Poland because Poland, generally speaking, has done that, though there will obviously be points of disagreement, but it's much less happy with Hungary.
Right, so as you said earlier in our conversation, Hungary does have its differences.
Ah, you're from Hungary. Hey, how are you doing?
Western European Union.
How's Orban doing?
After this? Do you think the U.S. pressure on Hungary will be sufficient enough for them to kind of change course, or do you think Orban
How
will
is this situation, my man?
I think Orban.
I know, I live in a village where there's a bunch of Hungarians. They are very fucking supportive of Orban. It was weird before this whole before very recently. I used to be having the, a view that maybe Orban is not as supported. It was also before your last elections, but I used to be thinking that maybe he's not supported by the population because he was doing some weird shit for years. He's been called out for stealing European Union funds, I think several times in the last decade, right? So all of the time I was living under a delusion that Hungarians don't really like the dude and they want to replace him. And then you had your last elections and he won. And I remember speaking to locals who are Hungarian and I was like, bro, how do you feel about this dude winning? And they go, fucking great. And I'm like, what? What? Stop, what? They unironically support him. Okay, they are, I do live in a village. So I guess I know Hungarian villages. They do have Croatian citizenship. They are living in Croatia. They have Hungarian citizenship, but they live in Croatia. But they still can vote. But dude, it was weird. They were so supportive. They genuinely believe that he is protecting Hungary from global homo, and that the whole corruption stuff is completely irrelevant. Like we talked about the fact that European Union has warned him about corruption several times previously and has warned him about how much cash money he is stealing. And people just go, oh no, they say they have taken his money for the corruption, but that is not true. The reason why they took his they took his funds is because he doesn't want to teach your kids how to be gay. And we vote for him because we don't want our kids to be taught about gay people. Ha ha ha. Like, it's weird. I don't know. It's like watching those stupid ass videos. You know, those like Trump voters? And when they say this dumbest shit on camera very, very proudly, it's like that. It's just that they're Hungarians and you wouldn't really expect it. Small towns have real faith in him somehow. Shit. So like Serbs on Vučić, huh? Like Serbs on Vučić, like Croats on HDZ. It's like where the road stops. This is where the voters for HDZ start. Because they're all living in small shit villages which are getting no funding from the state, but still somehow are the biggest fans of whichever government is leading the state that doesn't give a single shit about them. It's weird. But yeah, I hope you get better. I hope you get better. I hope you manage to get rid of the dude anytime soon.
On his current course, he has a very healthy majority. He has a very stable government and indeed some extremely intelligent advisors, one or two of whom I've met and by whom I have been incredibly impressed. Orban knows that if he carries on sitting on the fence, the United States isn't going to go away. The United States needs Hungary. There is no reason anytime soon for Viktor Orban to roll over and say, tickle my tummy.
Right, thank you so much for helping us unpack this really complicated topic. Thanks again for being with us on TVP World. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thanks.
Aww.
And with that, we conclude this edition of World Talks.
Shit, dude, though. I'm not happy at all about Dodik getting into this. Holy shit. Dodik is a piece of shit, my dude. Dodik is a piece of shit. His entire existence on political scene is kind of just based on him being a piece of shit and being very proud of being a piece of shit, and his voters knowing he is a piece of shit and wanting him to continue being so. They're like absolutely okay with the fact he is stopping any sort of an improvement that Bosnian government is trying to do lately. It's a horrible situation. Again, something that we would have with Krajina if we didn't do Oluya. He is slowing down every single fucking thing. It almost hurts to watch. So the fact that Dodik is right now kind of being closer to Orban, of course it worries me very, very much. Both of them were taking really, really stupid sides, especially during, you know, the last few months. When it comes to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, both of them were taking really, really stupid sides. Vučić even, and as much as it pains me to say so, Vučić I think was the one out of this group that maybe had the most careful way of looking at things. And the one that was relatively careful not to get too close to Russia. But I don't know, out of these two idiots, I don't know which one is worse. Genuinely, I have no idea. Wait, I went through this, went through this. Okay, fair. What did we have? Hey, also, I got this video recommended, so we will have to watch this one. But also, I got a video on Frenchies recommended yesterday, and because we are trying to talk more about European politics, because the European Parliament voting is incoming, we will need to also go and look at that. It's about French politics, just French politics and how they're doing and what's happening with them, and why they are so chaotically broken, basically chaotically broken. So I haven't seen this channel yet, neither have I seen this one, so we still have to watch that one. But I am kinda hoping we actually could go through this one because it is today. I am hoping to find more channels to follow, basically, and I am hoping to have more good sources on European politics when it comes to this. I found the video we watched recently on Poland becoming a superpower was really, really good, and also really made me positive on the Poles and their future. So I'm hoping to get something similar very, very soon. So then I could force you to be voting in European Union Parliament elections, so we don't get Sinčić in the Parliament again. But this one, he is way too fast. Okay.
Just 3 days later, the area was back under Croat control. But a quarter of a century on, the events are still marred in controversy, and the celebrations to mark the operation have become an annual point of friction between Croatia and neighbouring Serbia. Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflicts, and the origins of countries. One of the most interesting and important questions in secessionist disputes concerns the use of force to retake breakaway territories. While we tend to think that conflicts involving these territories should be resolved by peaceful means, this isn't always the case. Sometimes a country will
He has a lot of teeth.
Control by military force. The 2020 war over Nagorno-Karabakh, which saw
It's like that
Azerbaijan
dude.
retake most of the
Mi
territory
smo
that
Srbi,
captured by
Supermani.
neighbouring Armenia,
A lot
was
of
very
teeth.
good case in point. However, one of the most significant other examples of this in recent history was Croatia's military offensive in August 1995 to retake control of the Republic of Serbia and Krajina. Quite apart from serving as an important case study for the use of armed force to end secessionist disputes, it's become an increasingly divisive annual event in the Balkans. Well, Croatia now marks Operation Storm as Victory Day, when the so-called homeland war for national independence was finally won. Serbia sees it as a moment of national mourning, when hundreds of thousands of ethnic Serbs were forced out of their ancestral homelands. So, how should the conflict really be understood? Croatia lies in southeast Europe. At 56,500 square kilometres, or a little under 22,000 square miles, it's the 124th largest of the 193 members of the United Nations. Its population is around 4.1 million. According to the 2011
Less
census,
now.
around 90% ethnic Croats.
We're like
The largest
3.8
minorities are
currently.
ethnic Serbs, who make up around 4.5% of the population, and Bosniaks, or Bosnian Muslims, at a little under 1%. The story really begins in 1918. Following the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the end of the First World War, the territory that now makes up Croatia became part of the new kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, renamed
True.
the Kingdom of Yugoslavia in 1929. Following the end of the Second World War, Croatia became one of the 6 constituent republics of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, alongside Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Slovenia. While the causes of the breakup of Yugoslavia are complex and still highly contested, by the end of the 1980s, the federation was coming under strain.
Okay.
As Croatia increasingly looked towards a looser relationship within Yugoslavia, including the possibility of independence, ethnic Serbs in the country began to consider their own position. Representing around 12% of the population, they were predominantly located in 3 key areas. Along the border with Serbia, an area known as Slavonia, an area further inland called Western Slavonia, and in an area adjacent to Bosnia known as Krajina. In July 1990, Croatia adopted a new constitution. Believing that this downgraded their position, Croatian Serbs moved to set up their own
How's Drava
self-governed
doing?
areas. The first of these, the Serbian
How's
Autonomous
Osijek doing
Republic
actually? Is it good?
was established in
Do
December
you have rain?
1991, followed by the 2 other self-proclaimed autonomous regions,
Like
Slavonia
what?
and Western Slavonia, the next year, as Croatian forces moved in to reassert control over the
So
areas
we're good for
fighting
today.
about it.
We're good for
The
today.
Yugoslav wars had now begun. On the
Nice.
25th of
Happy
June
to see that.
1991, Croatia decided to declare independence alongside neighbouring Slovenia. In response, the Federal Armed Forces, the Yugoslav People's Army, the JNA, moved in to try to put down secession.
There's this Greek
Following
nationalist
10 days
song
of
that says
fighting,
Macedonia
a
is
ceasefire
Greece,
was
so
forced.
because of that I say
Society agreed to
Greece.
continue negotiations on the future of
Did I get
Yugoslavia.
points?
Despite this, in the months that followed, Croatian Serb forces, assisted by the now Serbian-controlled JNA,
Much
pushed
higher
on
in the
until
past
control
weeks?
of roughly a third of Croatia's territory in a series of bloody confrontations, including the 87
Bro,
day
even
siege
fucking
of
worse.
Vukovar. To cement these gains, over
Not only is it not getting
200,000
high, it's
Croats
getting
and
lower.
non-Serbs were forcibly expelled from the captured areas, a policy that would later come to be termed ethnic cleansing. In October 1991, Croatia formally
Bro, we're
invaded
fucking lucky.
Yugoslavia and launched a major counter-offensive, retaking large areas of Western Slavonia. In the face of these gains, the Croatian Serbs unilaterally declared independence on the 19th of December 1991, announcing the creation
Floating
of the
away.
Republic of Slovenia, the
You know
RSA,
those
which brought
icebergs
together
that
all
like
Serb
float
controlled
around?
areas. By now,
My
international
mountain
pressure
in
for
a
ceasefire
while.
was growing, and in early 1992, a deal was agreed. In return for the withdrawal of the JNA, a United Nations
JNA.
mission, the UN Protection Force, UNPROFOR, was set up around the Serb-controlled zones, which became UN-protected areas.
Fuck UN.
At this point, the focus of international attention shifted to
Fuck
neighbouring
you.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, which had by now also descended into
It's gonna be
conflict.
underwater
As well as
if
an attempt
my
by Bosnian
land is
Serbs to
underwater,
form their
so
own republic, Bosnian Croats supported
gonna
by
be floating
Croatia
over
also
to the
sought
great
secede,
Serbian
establishing the Croatian Republic
lake.
Despite this, fighting nevertheless continued in Croatia, and in 1993 there were several major Croat offensives to try to retake territory held by the Serbs. One of these was marked with extreme brutality that would later see several Croat commanders charged with war crimes.
Oh,
But
that one,
arguably,
yeah.
the turning point in the wars came in March 1994, when the United States brokered a peace agreement between the Bosnian Croats and Bosnian Muslims. Ending the war within a war in Bosnia, it now allowed Croatia
Thank you,
to concentrate more
USA.
fully on the Serbian secession on its
You
own
are my
soil,
best friend.
while the UN continued its efforts to
Unironically,
secure
a
peace agreement
peacekeeper.
between Croatia and the RSK. In early 1995, Croatia announced that it would no longer allow
Based.
UNPROFOR to operate on its territory. Although a replacement mission was eventually established, it was becoming clear that Croatia had decided to retake the territory by force. The first step came in May 1995 when 7,500 Croatian troops attacked western Slavonia in an offensive known as Operation Flash. Within days, Croatia had retaken the territory, forcing the vast majority of the 14,000 Serbian inhabitants to flee. Well, this led to an escalation of fighting as Serb forces retaliated by shelling Zagreb, the Croatian capital. The Croatian government now began preparing for the next phase, an attack on Krajina. On the 31st of July, the Croatian leadership under President Franjo Tuđman met to finalise the plans to retake the territory and force out the Serbs. Just 5 days later, on the 4th of August, Operation Storm began with a massive artillery bombardment. Almost immediately, Serbian resistance crumbled. As Croatian forces moved in, between 200,000 and 250,000 people, the vast majority of the territory's inhabitants fled the country. Within 72 hours, Operation Storm was over. Krajina was now under Croatian control, and the attempted Serbian secession had been defeated. On the 12th of November 1995, the war officially came to an end with an agreement to reintegrate Slavonia, the very last part of the now defunct RSK, into Croatia.
That was
a
us, by the
process
way.
completed by 1998. In the aftermath of the conflict, pressure grew for those responsible for the crimes committed during the war to be put on trial at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the ICTY. This had been set up by the UN Security Council to prosecute war crimes and other human rights abuses committed during the Yugoslav conflicts. This would eventually see the leaders of RSK, as well as key Serbian figures, including Slobodan Milosevic, the president of Serbia, tried for crimes against humanity in Croatia, including murder, torture, forcible transportation, deportations, plunder, and the destruction of property. However, attempts to bring Croatians to trial for their actions during Operation Storm were proved to be far more problematic. That crimes had been committed was seemingly beyond doubt. A report produced the year after Operation Storm by Human Rights Watch catalogued a wide range of atrocities committed during and after the operation, including attacks on fleeing civilians and the torture and murder of Serbs who'd stayed behind. This was followed by ICTY indictments accusing Croatia's leadership of a carefully planned effort, a joint criminal enterprise, as the court put it, to permanently rid the territory of its Serbian population. Croatia firmly rejected all such claims, arguing that the operation had been entirely justified. It insisted that putting on trial those who'd led the country to victory was simply unacceptable. Nevertheless, pressure continued to grow on Zagreb to hand over those accused of war crimes. Chief amongst them
They did,
was
by the
General
way.
Ante Gotovina, the
Nice,
key
he's going into
Croatian
it now.
commander in Operation Storm. Having gone into hiding, he was eventually arrested in the Canary Islands in 2005 and transferred to the ICTY. In 2011, he was found guilty of war crimes and sentenced to 24 years in jail. However, the following year, he and another general were acquitted on appeal, a controversial split decision that rested on technical discussions about artillery fire. He returned to Croatia with a hero's welcome. But this wasn't quite the end of the story. In July 1999, Croatia launched a case against Serbia at the International Court of Justice, accusing it of genocide on its territory. This led to a counterclaim by Serbia accusing Croatia of genocide during Operation Storm. In judgments delivered in 2008 and 2015, the ICJ ruled that while both sides had committed acts that could constitute genocide, there was no definitive proof of intent to destroy the populations,
makes sense.
rather than simply force them out. Neither could therefore have been
Oh, yeah.
considered to have contravened the genocide.
Your ex worked on her
We live in
PhD
an
with
era
Snyder?
where
Holy
there's
shit, really?
expectation that independence conflicts will be resolved peacefully
He's been
through
really
negotiations.
impressive.
However, there is still
lately.
occasions when states will resort to armed force to put down an attempt by a breakaway.
By the way, am I imagining, is this your
One of
new
the most
account, or
important
are you another
examples of
Magnus?
this is Croatia's Operation Storm in
Because I'm
1995.
seeing the first time chat
Even today,
thing
it's seen as
in chat,
providing a
but like
model for countries wishing to take back control of breakaway territories.
too many people
Meanwhile, in
named
the
Magnus.
Balkans,
You
the
need to
legacy
like
of Operation Storm still looms large. While Serbia sees Victory Day
kick
as
each
a
other out
provocative
of existence.
celebration of what is
Only
now
one can
widely
stand.
accepted to have been an act of
No?
ethnic
Then there's
It
another
fails
dude
to
with your name.
acknowledge the ethnic cleansing that took place earlier in the conflict in Serb-held areas. Likewise, while Croatia may see Operation Storm as a legitimate military action to retake a secessionist territory, it completely overlooks the huge humanitarian costs of an offensive that saw
All
two-thirds
Magnuses
of
are welcome.
the
How many of
country's
them are
Serbs
around?
forced out from lands where their families had lived for hundreds of years. To this extent, rather than remain an annual source of tension as they are now, the events marking Operation Storm could yet become a source of reconciliation if both Serbia and Croatia were minded to reflect on the heavy costs of the entire conflict, not just on hundreds of thousands of their own people, but on hundreds of thousands of others. I hope you found
Nah.
that interesting. If so, here are some more.
Very
thoughts.
American view. Nah, that shit ain't happening, dude. You could think of the losses of hundreds of thousands of others, and then by others you are referring to a nation that, you know, came to invade your lands. Dude, that's not going to happen. The fuck is he doing? See USA, he has to be USA. Where are you? The rest of the video was okay-ish. The rest of it was okay-ish. I'm just not really too United Kingdom. Okay, that also works. That also works. Does he have opinions on Ukraine? But like, bro, you don't go to the country victim of the, you know, invasion and then go, oh yeah, you should be also remembering the losses that the occupying side has suffered. That shit ain't happening. That will not happen, my dude. No, he doesn't. He has something on Belarus. Kosovo? Serbian separation? What? Of Kosovo? What?
In May 2023, serious violence broke out in Kosovo, sparked by attempts by the Kosovo government to install Albanian mayors in the largely Serb-inhabited areas in the north.
Okay.
Clashes erupted that left dozens of NATO peacekeepers injured. All this has again focused
Well, the kings in
international
Scandinavia.
attention
Oh, so
on
it's a
this
common
long-running source of tension
name.
in the
Hey, did you know Magnus
But what
Carlsen
efforts
played
have
chess
so
against
far been
our
centred on-
president? Prime Minister? Who did he play chess against? Oh, Prime Minister. He played chess against our Prime Minister. He lost because he's a loser and our Prime Minister is the best chess player in the universe. Ho 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 ho. Don't look this up. But yeah, he was here. He was here. He knows we exist as a country. Dude, he knows Zagreb exists. Man was there. You know how surprised I was on this? Because I saw the news previously that we're having a chess championship and I was like, bro, chess championship? First of all, who the fuck plays chess? Okay, no one fucking plays chess. So no one's gonna come to this fucking championship. And then also, who the fuck's gonna come to Croatia? No one. So you have like two minuses, one of them being a lame-ass game, the other one being lame-ass country. No one's going to come to this chess championship. And then Magnus is there. Oh yeah, I hear our Prime Minister actually not only beat Magnus in chess, but also fucked his mom right after. Nah, dude, I'm joking. I don't know. I knowing our Prime Minister, I'm not even sure if the man knows the rules of chess. I'm not sure that man knows anything. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really too positive about his ability to exist outside of just doing politics relatively okay-ish. I don't know if he's doing anything else. Flag of Croatia comes from chessboard, so PM should be a good player. Oh, fair. Yeah, actually the myth is correct, and yeah, we actually know why we have the flag. Listen to me. We have the it's the coat of arms, right? We have the coat of arms with like little squares on it because we are actually genetically best chess players in the universe. When someone manages to beat a Croat in chess, our entire coat of arms has to legally change and stop being squares. Now, it still has not happened yet because we are pros. I wonder if the Prime Minister is at least decent. I wonder if he knows how to play at all, or if he just set that for a photo opportunity. He likes being observed. You know, this is him, by the way. This is Planky. He's from Hadeze. He likes being known. He likes for people to be aware of his existence. So I think that's the only reason he was playing. He was like, look at this man. He has lots of fans. I want to have lots of fans too, so I'm going to play chess against him just to see if I can, you know, get some of his people to like me too. No game, no life. Oh shit, that too. Oh, what is this? Wait, is this Zelensky being like, if you want to live, run? No, two can play that game? Dude, I'm feeling blue bolt. I'm feeling blue bolt. Don't get your hopes too high up. Don't get your hopes too high up. Stay chill, sit on the side, wait for news to come out. Something could be on fire again. The tanker being on fire is already great. By the way, not all of you were on stream previously. I have to show you the tanker that Ukraine has managed to hit. Here he is, the Russian tanker hit overnight by Ukraine. He was very, very useful for Russian operations in Syria. And now he's gone. This is him. Almost once per month he was going. So he's going from up there, he goes down, he goes silent for about a week, then he goes up again. And this has been happening for the past year, almost every single month. And yeah, turns out that he was just going to deliver fuel likely used by Russian military aircraft. Here he is passing down. So he was under sanctions and he was still bypassing sanctions and nothing was really being done about it until Ukraine came into the game and fucked him up. So I'm very interested in what sort of an outcome this will create, you know? Ships are women? Oh, fair enough. Ships are women. A ship is a man in Croatian. Brod. Ova brod. It's a man. It has a dick. Ova brodica? But it's like a smaller ship. No, a ship is a man. A ship is a man. His name, what was his name? Her name? Its name? Sig, that's a man's name.
On self-government for the ethnic Serbs, is it now time to consider a more radical plan? Partition.
What do you mean,
Hello
partition?
and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerlindsey, and here
What do you mean,
we keep
partition?
groups together. Given an international system built around the idea of states, conflict resolution has tended to be centred on maintaining borders.
Okay.
This usually leads to a degree of self-government, ranging from limited language and religious rights to extensive territorial autonomy, or even federal arrangements. However, very occasionally, the end outcome will be separation. A territory will break away and pursue independence or unification with another state.
Okay.
One of the most significant debates between these two models focuses on Kosovo. Having controversially broken away from Serbia in 2008, it faces a Serbian community in the north that rejects the central government's authority. This has led to a seemingly perpetual cycle of crises, including the most recent incident.
Mhm.
But while international efforts to address the issue have been centred on some form of autonomy, 10 years of talks have led nowhere.
True.
As a result, many now ask whether the answer would be to allow them to secede as well. Kosovo lies in the Western Balkans.
I don't need this. Population location within Serbia, within Yugoslavia. I don't need this. Status process. No, I just want to see what he means by partition. Case for a territorial adjustment or land swap. What do you mean by that?
Before going any further, it's crucial to emphasise that this wouldn't be a population exchange, as seen, for example, between Greece and Turkey in the 1920s.
Okay.
Forcibly uprooting people is contrary to international law. Instead, it would merely see Serbian areas pass from Kosovo's nominal control to Serbian sovereignty and vice versa.
Okay.
No one would be forced to move, although some may subsequently choose to leave. As for the argument that this risks opening the question of Balkan borders, this has in fact already happened. Notwithstanding the sound arguments for an independent Kosovo, the Western recognised unilateral secession of Kosovo in 2008 essentially amounted to the partition of Serbia. In this sense, borders have therefore already been redrawn. And if this partition
but not
didn't
like
raise
this.
questions about the boundaries of neighbouring countries such as Bosnia and North Macedonia when Serbia opposed it, there's no logical reason why consensual changes should create difficulties now. Indeed, a final agreement could allow both sides...
He's correct on this, but also he's talking about consensual agreements. There's not going to be a consensual agreement, and I feel that's the problem with the whole thing. As much as this, would work as a plan, GG, Serbia is not really wanting to have a plan that works in separating Kosovo from Serbia. So even with the idea of exchanging land, it's an interesting idea. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It would remove the problem of, how many Serbs are currently caught up on the areas of Kosovo. They don't really want to separate from Serbia. And also, it was just gonna even out the situation. I'm very, very supportive of that idea. But it's not going to happen with Serbia agreeing to it, at least not anytime soon. Hey, yo, Mayor, how are you doing? How's life going? We're having Croatian Victory Day today. So I'm actually having a day off work. It's a day, it's the anniversary of a day when we held Operation Storm, which was the operation by Croatian military to liberate the areas that the Serbs have occupied and, ethnically cleansed in 1991 to 1992. So we managed to liberate one huge chunk of territories on this date. And then after that we signed peaceful reintegration with Serbia, and they have left the rest of territories that they have occupied here. So basically success in this operation has enabled us to get our state back. It's been 28 years of it right now, so yay. Good compromise is when both parties are dissatisfied. Yeah, like that. I'm not... How to say that? It feels like you are now having a situation where both parties are dissatisfied, and you're being like, hey guys, can we go into another situation where you both are dissatisfied? Ho ho ho. And I'm not sure Serbia nor Kosovo would agree to it. Kosovo maybe would, actually, because Kosovo actually has proper leadership, and Kosovo may be willing to agree with this. Serbia though? Victory Day? Not really too much, to be honest. We're having a huge party in the village today. So stuff like that. We're usually having... We're having Thompson concerts. That's what we're doing. We're having Thompson concerts, okay? Do you guys know Thompson? Who doesn't know Thompson? Regular chatters know Thompson. Those of you who are not regular chatters. Thompson is a famous Croatian singer. English subtitles. Let me see what he has with English subtitles. Hey, by the way, new animation. But he became famous because during the war he was actually motivating our troops. He was like the strongest person motivating our troops to keep on fighting. So we kind of love the dude, but he is seen as a representation of interesting styles. He is very nationalistic. Oh, hey, he gets a, I want to say, more than expected amount of Hitler particles, even for a Croatian nationalist. But that's what we do. We got concerts, and usually people listen to him and remember the old days, and also get really happy that we are in European Union. That's what I'm noticing recently. It's just filled with people being like, heck yeah, thank you NATO, thank you European Union, thank you USA for helping us end the war. So that's kind of cool. We're having like a cooking competition today in the village. We're making stews, doing a concert on a mountain. Everything I say, it sounds like villagey, but it's genuinely what's happening. This dude. So yeah, good thing pays off. His most famous song is actually Chavoglave. And there have been Chavoglave. There have been Ukrainian covers of this song made. You probably know the music video because it's used in like all Balkan country memes about Croatia. That one. Has exactly as many pixels as you would expect from us. He has gone interesting after. I don't know if we ever talked about Croatian politics that much. His Kun, very close friend of his, has tried to get into Croatian politics. Started well. He's a singer too, but he's like a pussy version of Thompson. So it was going well for a while, and then he remembered that he is a Croatian nationalist. So he did some stupid interviews on his religious views and bullshit, and lost all the votes that he has managed to collect before. So it's actually one part of the reason why we have a president, which we have, is because his competition at the elections was the mentioned Thompson friend with a non-healthy amount of Hitler particles. Hey, proper Croatian coat of arms actually. Have you seen that? The proper one. I've never paid attention to that. Nice. Not what you would expect from this crew. Impressive. But yeah, that's basically the whole thing. It's just him going really strongly every once in a while. Pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. Really useful during wartime. As all nationalists, you know, not really too useful during peacetime. Has been a part of some very stupid political movements. So control your nationalists.
Ми повністю підтримуємо Україну і бажаємо їй швидкої перемоги. А
також
надамо всю необхідну зброю для звільнення земель від окупантів. Це саме те, що нам зараз потрібно. Дякую. Я перепрошую, не могли б ви трохи прискоритись, бо, здається, ворог почав будувати лінію оборони. Ні, ще не час. Ворог почав рити окопи, і з кожним днем лінія оборони стає все сильнішою. Будь ласка, треба прискоритись. Ні, ще не час, зачекайте. Ворог вже почав мінувати нашу територію. Чим довше ми зволікаємо, тим більше втрат понесемо під час наступу. Да що ж ви такі нетерплячі? Почекайте ще трохи. Здається, мені ворог уже повністю готовий до оборони. Що ж, чудово, тепер тримайте. Дякую. Не могли б ви трохи прискоритись? Ваш наступ занадто повільний. Як на рахунок літаків? Підтримка з повітря нам би зараз не була зайвою. О, так, звісно. Дякую.
I was shit, but yeah. Man, that sucked, but yeah, for real.
To commit to respecting borders across the region. More generally, the idea has no apparent legal or political
Not enough
impediments.
mines.
There's nothing in international law that prevents two countries from voluntarily...
There's actually, I've seen someone alleging that like the reason why Ukrainians are able to blow up such huge just like piles of mines stacked on top of each other is because Russians are not well organized enough to disperse them across the territory soon enough, so sometimes they will like stay on a pile for days. So you know, maybe maybe it seems like not enough mines, they wanted more, but they couldn't put them around efficiently enough. A lot of that troops apparently aren't really listening, so
adjusting their boundaries. As for the often heard suggestions that somehow this would be un-European, it's easy to forget that the most successful European peace deal of the past quarter century is the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland. An agreement built on an explicit recognition of the change of borders between the United Kingdom and Ireland when the majority in Northern Ireland wants it. But perhaps the most compelling argument against the idea is that while this would see the Serbs in the north reintegrated back into Serbia, it would leave those in the south within Kosovo. But while this is true, as noted, they've been far more willing to accept the situation. More to the point, they're a dwindling community. Many young now make their way to Serbia for studies, and few return. But the idea also has many other advantages. For a start, it would mark the end of any question about Kosovo's status. An agreement over territory would be based on Serbian acceptance of Kosovo's sovereignty, but additionally, it would benefit Kosovo. Quite apart from solving the matter of the perpetually unruly northerners, it would free Kosovo to amend its constitution. While it would still be expected to respect minority rights, it could remove the parts of its constitution that give Serbs what many see as excessive powers. And on top of this,
okay, I see that.
It would undoubtedly transform broader regional ties.
He's doing a thing, but he has a great idea. But Serbs will not agree to this, and I'm not sure Kosovars will either. So it's like, you know, as much as I'm like, nice, I wish this happens, it's good luck presenting this idea to Vučić. Maybe. Counteroffensive is going as fast as the zappers are crawling in minefields. Yeah, that too. And it's really fucked. Though, hey, I've seen recently some reports that Ukraine has managed to break through the first line of defense. So I'm kind of trying to be positive on that. I'm hoping that we're about to continue a streak of okayish things happening, and I'm hoping that Ukraine continues to be scaring Russians out of their existence. Like right now, the situation seems like Ukraine is how to say it. They're doing a lot of actions that I personally would not expect. But I think the results are very obvious already, so 133.
They need a lot of things. To be honest, they need a lot of things. But mostly they need ammo.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's a long list of prioritized items, but the main bottleneck is ammunition.
They need artillery. They need mortars. They need BMP ammo, tank ammo. They need all the ammo.
True.
And I mean, there's a ton of other things they need too. They could use some airplanes. They could use more armored vehicles of every type, probably. They could use more medical equipment and more drones. But I think most of all, they need more ammo.
Yeah, I think about my engineer brothers and sisters in terms of demolitions, hook and line kits, stuff to keep them safe, because the amount of sappers who are dying right now is unbelievable. I mean, it was high before the offensive. It's even higher now, and I really think about the sappers. But yeah, for us, demolitions is our ammunition. So please send all the demo possible, all the C4, all the TNT, all the primers, the detonators, MICLICs, APOBs, whatever it is, dozers, to try to get through this obstacle field. Because this is way bigger than anything we've seen probably ever in terms of mined obstacles.
I saw a video the other day. I think you probably saw it too. But it was basically the guy. He was talking about. It was like a first-person video of him like working, clearing mines, and he was talking about how because they don't have MICLICs or anything like that, or any sort of machinery to help them, that they have to do like literally everything by hand. And he was like crawling in the area between two trenches, like clearing mines.
Dude.
And I was just thinking to myself, like, that is like the last place I'd ever want to be. Like in the middle of like fighting with like artillery landing around you, crawling outside of the trench to clear the mines. That sounds pretty awful.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this earlier in earlier weeks on the space about. I mean, most of the clearing is going to be done manually. Even with the MICLICs and whatever, it's just going to be sappers crawling on their stomachs with metal detectors, trying to find them. They're going to be interspersed with anti-personnel mines, with tripwires. They're going to use grappling hooks to try to pull the tripwires. But it's really like meter for meter, right? To try to get through it.
Yes.
And
that's what he was looking for. He was looking for like tripwires.
Yeah, and I mean, what I see from the engineers, you know, the amount of death, the amount of amputated legs from the blast mines, the PMN mines, the OZM mines, the bounding fragmentation mines. The Russians have, like, I mean, this is the biggest mine obstacle I think that the world has ever seen.
Damn.
This is not easy, and MICLICs make things a ton easier, but it's also, I mean, it's 2,000 pounds of C4, so that has to be delivered, that has to be produced. Like, get them all of this as much as they can, because if we're going to be measuring the offensive from here to Melitopol in terms of how fast can a sapper crawl.
Yeah.
Should we get them one of those like skateboards so they can crawl faster?
Well, it's funny. What's interesting is the amount of like small scale innovation that the Ukrainians have been doing in this case. So, for example, that now they have this innovation of shoes. So, like,
yeah, I've seen
so
those.
that the soldiers can, I don't know how to explain this, but they're sort of like snowshoes, so that they stand off the ground a bit, and that the pressure points on the ground are smaller. To try to avoid the anti-personnel blast mines, things like that. But yeah, we're going to have to see, for example, like fully armored mine flails or more drone technology and a lot more demolitions, just a lot more metal detectors, mine detectors, and not for the humanitarian side in terms of like a systematic clearing of everything, but just to try to get across that 1,000 meter field, like from point A to point B. Those guys are just out there crawling around, trying to find mines and pick them up. And that's how fast we can go.
Do you know of robots or drones that are for like clearing anti-personnel mines? Like, is that like a thing?
No, I don't. So I know ground robots that, you'll see them with bomb squads and stuff like that, who can, that's possible. There are some MRAPs that are able to do this kind of thing, but the drones, not really. That doesn't exist yet.
Because I feel like those dudes.
If you go full delusional on this, if you get very high on cope juice, right? Hopium. Is there anything that could actually help get this done really quickly? Like, what sort of technology do we have for this type of a thing? Because I know here, my knowledge in mines basically comes from the fact that we still haven't demined Croatia. It's going to take a few more years for us to demine Croatia, and it's a tiny country compared to Ukraine. It took us decades to demine a very small area relatively close to my house, right? It was demined like daily when I was going to high school, and it took them decades to demine it. I wonder if there's even like a possibility to solve this quicker, or like, does it have to be a long and tedious process? Because we have sent them, I know that Croatia has sent them, we have some of the best equipment for demining, but even that doesn't really help. First of all, it is supposed to be deployed during an active counteroffensive, so of course it's going to be very vulnerable. But also it doesn't seem to be that much creating that much change in the battlefield in the first place. So I don't know. I wonder if something could be done to completely fix this. Is there anything that is being planned to help with this? Is there a possibility of anything being planned, or what? Is it just this?
Who like crawl around throwing grappling hooks, I feel like a drone could do that. Like just like
much easier to lay mines and to clear them, yeah.
Grappling hook and then like drive away.
I
think that it's not a bad idea. That may be the next evolution to do that. The problem with the grappling hook is that it only detonates the OZM mines, so the ones with tripwires, the bounding fragmentation mines. So it doesn't actually detonate the PMN mines, like the little anti-personnel blast mines. and then, but
still clearing
this
mines
is why
from the
you always mix
70s.
the mines
Shit.
in defensive belts. That's what the Russians have done, because if you just have
Oh yeah.
anti-personnel blast mines like the PMNs,
And then
I
the
mean,
West
you
is
can
also
drive a
refusing
tank
to
through
give
it, and
Ukraine
they will all blow
long-range
up, and it's no
weapons
problem to
now, and it's
attack.
just
Like the tracks will be fine. They're not that big.
yeah,
They're
man,
just
we're
big enough to
fucking
like
cowards.
basically blow your leg off from the knee. But of course, interspersed within all of that is the anti-tank mines. So you've got to try to do two things at one time. So the guys got to go in there, crawl around, try to find the anti-blast mines, pull them out. I mean, they're about the size of, I don't know, what would I say? Like a small wheel of cheese, maybe like 5-7 inches in diameter. That's about how big they are. Maybe even a little less.
A small wheel
5
of
inches in
cheese?
diameter is about the max. And you've got to try to find them and pull them out. They have a really low metal content, so you have to be really good with the mine detector to pick them up. They're going to have it sensitized so that they can actually pick them up. That shouldn't be a huge problem for an experienced sapper, but of course, like
jet aircraft.
you know,
What?
when you're losing sappers all the time, like how many of them are experienced?
I'm gonna use anything
you know,
but
how many
centimeters.
of these things have they picked up? What kind of indicators are they picking up? Now they've been in the ground for 8 months or so.
Maybe Dodik
Vegetation
came
has
to
grown
Croatia.
up. Now it's summer, so now it's started to die and started to become dry.
It's
Rains
starting.
have set in. The ground doesn't look the same. So it's tough. I don't know
Is
how
it
to explain
Vucic
this, but it's
personally?
like it's really tough and it's really slow.
Vucic
And
personally came
you're
to try and take
really
over this
just
land.
crawling really slow with a mine probe, and mine probe is like a fiberglass or plastic stick that you're just like sticking in the ground in front of you, going like
Dude.
inch for inch, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, this is that's a mine probe. That
Proud
seems
of
like
fuck.
a really expensive mine probe. I don't know what the normal cost of a mine probe is.
250.
But that seems expensive.
It's probably like the U.S. Army price, but yeah, that seems a bit expensive.
It's like a bit steep. I feel like you could probably get one for like $10 or less.
Yeah, it's basically a big chopstick.
Yeah, what's the difference between using
but yeah,
a fancy one and just using a stick?
So, I mean, there's all kinds of technological ways, and in all the technological ways, typically at this point, when we're looking at buried anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, involve some kind of line charge or some kind of vehicle, like a
Only
mine
autistic
flail or a mine roller or something like that.
But yeah, I like it because
yeah, there just isn't enough of this stuff, and
how
they
to
need
say
to
it?
just do more.
There's like a big difference. Like you're watching this one and they're talking about sappers and everything, and it's a much I want to say better way of analyzing this than a lot of YouTubers, because I constantly get videos sent to like, hey, you wanna look at this update on the front line or whatever, and so many people are making, I wanna say good videos on this, so many people are making factual videos on this, but like so many of them just, you know, with cracking of jokes and everything in the middle of it, and I don't know. It feels very, very cheap. So actually, I very much like this. I like this. I like how serious they're being. I like how they're acknowledging the problems. I like how they're commenting on this. It feels like a very honest portrayal from people who are actively involved with people on the front line.
More and more and more. Yeah, nobody really planned, I think, in the production, just like we see in the artillery stuff, is nobody really planned to have like a Miklik from, you know, Zaporizhia or Dnipro all the way to Melitopol or to Berdyansk. Yeah, I mean,
they never planned on having a Miklik just shoot continuously for like 100 miles.
Exactly. Like there wasn't that much. I mean, I think on your list that you posted today, another engineering vehicle lost.
Yeah.
I think it's the ISU. I think that was the name of it. The Russian one.
Yeah, they lost
Yeah.
the Brem. The Russians lost the Brem which is, from what I've seen, I don't know if this is true, but I read this today, that it was the first confirmed kill of a Brem.
Oh.
Of the new Brem, their most modern one.
Rip.
I know it's not the first one they've lost, but all the other ones were disabled and damaged. I think like all of them basically lost a track. Like they like, it's kind of funny when a recovery vehicle has to be recovered. But like all of them were damaged. This one caught fire and burned down. So I think this was the first actual loss that's been officially documented.
Nice. Fair.
Yeah,
I wonder what's the
these
update today.
vehicles are not common. I mean, they're great vehicles, but you have to protect them and all this stuff, and you know, they don't solve all the problems at once. Just like mine flails don't solve all the problems at once, and they can be killed. And this is something where on the development side, there's a lot of work.
Andrew made a post on Twitter today. And is this? War kayak. Yeah, look at them. Oh shit, the little cannon thingy. What's his name? What was his name? What was his stupid ass name? We should check for him on Oryx. Right? If there's images of it being destroyed, it should be on Oryx. Shit, I hope not. Dude, we're sending our best, okay? We don't have a lot of them. This one? Raxa? Wait, do we have documenting Ukrainian equipment losses? Here it is. I'm not seeing them. I'm not. Raksa 12. Multiple launch rocket system. Let's put in a rocket. Multiple rocket launchers. Okay, but nothing. Okay, ours are good. Wait, actually, I could have just looked at the flags. I could have just looked at the fucking flags. Why didn't I just do that? Why the fuck? Nothing Croatian. Nothing Croatian. I mean, technically, but not. Not ours. Like technically Croatian, but also not. Oh, so they're showing Yugoslavia, but Slovenia gave them. Okay, so Slovenian losses. El Slovenians. Oh. And then damaged ones? Oh. But yeah, that seems to be... Is that all? Yeah, we're good actually. Our equipment is good. Okay, we haven't sent that much. Part of me is wondering... Oh, look, more. Zuzana. Slovak, right? Yeah, purchased from Slovakia. Aww. Who else do we got? Who else do we got of our friends? I wonder if we're ever going to see Serbia on this list, because fuck, no one else. Because Serbia did give some donations. Soviet Union, that one? Yeah, these These, right? It's the stuff that they had left over from the time of Soviet Union. Like all of these, like old shits. So yeah, most of it is that, and then you have a lot of like Ukrainian stuff, unknown vehicles, unknown trucks. Ford Ranger. Well, that sucks. Sucks to be looking at this one, but then you remember that the Russian one exists, and you go to that one, and it actually makes you feel kind of happy. So 4,100, of which destroyed 2,723, damaged 301, abandoned 143, captured 931. Holy shit! What's the number comparison? $11,562. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Yeah, they're also having Soviet flag, they're having a Russian flag. Oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. Hey, Bram. These ones, this is Russian equipment losses. So Russian equipment destroyed by Ukrainians, and then this is Ukrainian equipment losses. So Ukrainian equipment destroyed by Russians. So they have both. Oryx counts only confirmed losses, so it's only those for which you also have a photograph or something. It's a very good source. It's a very, very good source, and he's apparently really, really good at tracking this. So, you know, recommended in case you're interested. I don't know if there's a single source counting deaths. I don't know if that exists. Would be really, really hard to track those. I'm kind of not expecting a reliable source on deaths of soldiers for a very, very long time. And especially if you would also try to count like civilians, it would be even harder. I'm not expecting that anytime soon. But yeah, 11k lost by Russia, and then 4 something k lost by Ukraine. So you have both. I'm gonna give you the links if you're interested in the links. They're very good links. It's a good source. Oryx is a good source to follow on this. I do know that there were it's basically how to say this, several people working on this together. As far as I figured out, there was this one Twitter account which was used to track if any of these photographs have been double posted or whatever, and so it's very reliable. They do try to check every information several times. Oh yeah, I think reliable numbers are not going to be found out anytime soon, to be honest. It's very, very hard to figure out, to keep communication with your troops during this time. So I'm not sure. I'm not positive about it at all. Russia did have a problem already in 2000s when they were trying to cover up deaths of their people in Chechnya. So they weren't letting the families at home know that their soldiers were dead. Mothers had to self-organize, and they had to themselves keep the website going so they would know whose son has been killed in warfare. So I think from the Russian side, it's like extremely unlikely anything ever happens from this. From the Ukrainian side, I do think they are doing very, very strong information silence right now, which makes a lot of sense. So I don't think we're going to get anything reliable from them either. They are trying to keep as many things secret as possible to ensure the most probability of success for the entire operation. So I don't think we will know. Yeah, we may never know. I'm not even positive on the idea that we will ever learn about this. Just, I don't know, man. We're still looking for our people that we have lost here in Croatia. And again, Croatia is like a tiny country compared to Ukraine. And our war was, you know, a tiny country fighting another tiny country. And we still don't know shit. So, wasn't AK then? That's for them? Shoot! I don't know, man. I don't know. How are Hrenovke doing? Hrenovke.
Community, we're going to talk about broad-ranging issues around...
Too slow. It's 8:36. We're gonna go here. I'm planning to watch a few more videos and then I'm planning to go to sleep. Guess who has to work tomorrow, by the way? On a Sunday, my dude. On a Sunday. I have to be working on a Sunday. How do you feel about that? Horrible. You better feel horrible about it, okay? Send thoughts and prayers for me, because I gotta wake up early in the morning and I gotta work. Everybody's friend? Especially Russia's.
Друг России, союзник.
Now they're too fast. You'll sleep extra in my honor? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, unironically. Please sleep until, I want to say 2 in the afternoon. Maybe get a haircut, drink. I'm fucking jealous. Maybe your mountain shit explodes and you get another day off. Maybe. Boss is gonna be like, your mountain exploded? L for you, you have to be on work on time. You can be 5 minutes late if you have to, okay? If you just have to, if it's that bad. Man, I can't wait to stop working, holy shit.
У нас какой-то северокорейский термин. Не кажется он?
Ну, вообще, да.
No.
Ну, у них там по телевидению ничего такого
She's
не
pretty.
показывают. Все цензура везде, их не выпускают, все закрыто, они живут как будто изолированно.
Ага. Плохо. Ну, были бы вы там президентом Северной Кореи?
You can have the shit in the story. Yeah, the mountain exploded. Oh shit. That means the store must be like muddy and dirty.
Лично я другого типажа людей, поэтому мне бы это не было в кайф. Ему, наверное, раз он так делает. Короче, я не трачу так много времени на то, чтобы увлекаться политикой, и в целом не то, чтобы я много знаю об этом вопросе.
This reminds me.
По крайней мере, в иностранском.
I forgot to show you the video. Hey, Thompson's live. Ukrainian watches Destiny versus Ryan Dawson debate. Who's Ryan Dawson? Kosovo sold once and for all. Who's Dawson? Nah, this is a long ass fucking video. Yeah, but it got published now.
This tiny godforsaken piece of land find itself in the crosshairs of so much tragedy and struggle. Well, modern writers do not do justice to the complexities of that history if they treat it either as a tragic story of Serbs being systematically oppressed by Albanians or as a heroic. This video is part 2 of a
How capitalism destroyed Eastern Europe? Yeah, good clickbait title, and then you click into it and they're like, The fuck are they? Soviet under siege?
Which were represented in the West as a
I like how they have
gracious,
titles
noble,
in Serbian though.
upheaval for the Russian people, who were to be finally freed from Soviet tyranny. Mikhail Gorbachev's liberalization
Bro, the fuck?
were to be finally gracious, noble, liberating upheaval for the Russian people, who were to be finally
Freedom for the Russian people who will finally be freed of Soviet tyranny? Bro, Russians were the Soviet tyranny. You're gonna free them from themselves?
freed from Soviet tyranny. Mikhail Gorbachev's
Good luck.
liberalization reforms of the late 1980s, glasnost and perestroika,
Yeah, it could be a good video.
Of staunchly anti-communist bureaucratic
I wonder how they
within
solve
the
it. I kind
Soviet
of want to
government,
click back on it.
whose sole aim was to dismantle the Soviet Union and reintroduce full capitalism at any cost. Thus, despite centuries of paranoia about external enemies threatening the revolution, in the end it was the local revisionists and opportunists that brought its demise.
Sold once and for all. Just nuke the fuck out of them. Kicking gas in capitalist system, that is true.
To utilize strong arm methods.
Croatia is doing rather well
The
too.
Soviet Congress to abolish itself, as it was too resistant to change and unbridled free market demand. This tradition was carried on to Boris Yeltsin, who, through his own shock doctrine in the form of a coup against the Gorbachev government, was able to exceed his constitutional powers and illegally dismantle the Soviet Union.
It would be so funny if that's
absorbing
actually
all
the
its
solution.
powers into his own Russian republic. Meanwhile, associates of Yeltsin talked of the dangers of democracy and complained that most representative bodies have become a hindrance to their market reforms. This was naturally met with fierce popular opposition, to which Yeltsin responded in a truly democratic manner, presumably after the role model of his buddies from the West. He forcibly disbanded the Russian parliament and every other elected representative body in the country.
Bro, why are they blaming the West for this? What the fuck?
On October the 4th, 1993...
Like, as if they weren't doing shit like this before? Why are they blaming the West for it? Oh, he responded in a horrible way, which he learned from his buddies in the West? Dude, how to what?
Yeltsin ordered tanks and airborne troops to shell and storm the White House, the Russian parliament, or the Supreme Soviet building, to suppress the opposition trying to remove him, killing an estimated 200 resistors and demonstrators. Thousands were jailed without charges or trial. Hundreds of elected officials were placed under investigation. Labor unions were banned from all political activities. His administration exercised monopoly control over all broadcast media, while suppressing dozens of leftist publications, including
Thompson is watching Destiny debate Fresh and Fit about Ukraine. Shit. Is he angry? Because I hope he's fucking a lot of mothers. We're gonna do an unofficial raid on him soon, and I hope he's fucking a lot of mothers.
Was reduced to virtual impotence.
Fresh and Fit are incredibly stupid.
Campaign, Yeltsin and his associates repeatedly announced that communist victory would bring civil war, in a clear hint of refusal to hand over the victory if the communists were to ever win. For all these crimes, Yeltsin was hailed as a defender of democracy by US leaders and media, while enjoying vigorous support from the White House and receiving multi-million-dollar donations from US sources and a $10 billion aid package.
Oh, it's the saying from Thompson.
Moscow's intellectuals were
He likes swearing a lot.
With their eyes fixed on the
You poke him a little bit, and he swears at you.
About Yeltsin was that he
got banned on Twitch. But he liked being very descriptive in ways he's fucking people's mothers when he gets really, really angry.
By the end of 1994,
oh yeah, he is on YouTube. We saw him live on YouTube.
Large and medium-sized firms in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union were privatized, together with several hundreds of thousands of small businesses, through methods and pretenses explored in detail in Yukovnik's video. Consequently, multinational corporations have been moving into Russia to exploit vast oil and natural gas reserves and rich mineral
Never heard of him?
He's
great.
To themselves
he fucks that sometimes too. Yeah, he fucks everything.
Only a few years of untrammeled
mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters.
Inevitably led to the formation
very creative with his swear words. I recommend. He's a Ukrainian. Given news from Ukraine. Really good.
Cultivating unparalleled political power. The plundering of the nation's resources was and continues to be incomprehensible, with enormous amounts of exported resources such as nickel and oil being stolen and sold on the black market. Meanwhile, by 1996, the living standards for the average family have fallen by half. 75 to 85% were living under or just above the poverty line, in what amounts to absolute economic desperation. This, however, among other manifestations of the social decay and destitution which descended upon Eastern Europe, was framed as being merely a temporarily harsh period which had to be overcome. Thus, over the following decades, the unimpeded criminal privatization and plundering of the Soviet Union and the former Warsaw Pact nations has shown us that this temporary period is more of a permanent...
Oh, this piece of shit.
With no foreseeable...
Who's this channel? This is the piece of shit. This is making no sense. He's being like, oh yeah, well, if you look at Russia, Russia was a shithole when the Soviet Union broke apart, and Russia is a shithole now. So what we have learned is that the period of being a shithole after the Soviet Union fell apart, it was not a temporary period, it was actually a constant period, and Russia is going to stay a shithole forever. How the fuck are you pretending as if this somehow describes the entirety of Eastern Europe? Yeah, he's talking about all of us. That is my problem with this. It's not true. We're doing well. Like, when you look at most of other Eastern European states, he's looking solely at Russia. This is like when people say, oh yeah, actually I hear a lot of people from Soviet Union want to be returning Soviet Union. And then you're like, which people? And they're like, oh, here's a poll from Russia. He's doing that. He's being like, oh yeah, a lot of people in Eastern Europe actually want to return the Soviet Union, and they're suffering a lot after the Soviet Union fell apart. And you're like, and what's your evidence of that? And he goes, well, Russia is a shithole. I mean, most of the rest of us are doing just fine. We're doing okay. Most of us are doing better than what we used to be doing. It actually did show that it was a temporary period of suffering. Yeah, bad 90s, but like they're doing GG right now. Poland right now is doing great. Like I've got no idea why he's trying to talk about every part of Eastern Europe.
Return. The East was recolonized and repurposed.
No, it wasn't.
Civilized, underdeveloped periphery.
No, it wasn't.
Been. As the savage Orientals were to be taught the ways of democracy by the saviors from the West. Now, let's take a closer look at what this democracy looks like.
He's doing like they need to be taught democracy from the West, despite the fact that a bunch of countries inside Soviet Union had movements to separate from the Soviet Union before the West even got into the game and started supporting the leaders of Soviet Union. How the fuck is he doing that? He's like, oh yeah, we try to teach them democracy, and then because we try to teach them democracy, they have turned into these uncivilized states. First of all, they're doing rather well when it comes to their civilization. Second of all, what do you mean teach them democracy? They already had protests before, they had referendums. They were organizing themselves. They had proper organized resistance. The fuck do you mean the West had to teach them democracy? He's doing the thing where he's like, well, the West actually sees the lands of Eastern Europe as uncivilized colonies, and it's him who sees Eastern Europe as uncivilized colonies. It's him doing this bullshit. Yeah, against fucking tanks on the streets, yeah. To pretend that this was somehow like West teaching you democracy? Bullshit. Poland, I actually haven't. What I know about Poland, I know because I've been tracking the situation in Europe relatively regularly for the past approximately 2 years, I want to say. I know it's doing really, really well right now when it comes to their economy. I know the predictions currently are very, very positive. Same as with Romania, for example. Romania is doing amazing currently. So I know stuff like that. I don't know stuff from the ground. I usually kind of do rely on just seeing what the polls are saying. How the fuck is he blaming the West?
The integration of the East into the global capital system was achieved through the expropriation of the land.
European Union. Okay, let's go here.
The steady encroachment of the European Union over the wreckage of Eastern Europe is seen by many as a great opportunity to import Western values into our decaying society. Because, apparently...
Okay, here too. Also something that I'm against. The idea of Western values. I've never liked the saying of this. I still don't like the saying of this. Saying these are Western values implies that Eastern values are different. It reminds me of... it's a very specific point to kind of use to be angry at, but if you guys remember when there were protests in Iran, and lots of people at the time were like, oh, Iranian people are fighting for Western values, and I was following a lot of activists at the time who were a big part of these protests and who were trying to spread the word about these protests to more, media in the world. And I remember this one like a very specific analysis of how insulting it is to claim these are Western values, because Iran has been very progressive in its history. It's their values. It's the values of their own country. To claim these are Western values, and even worse, to claim these are somehow American values, means that you are creating this tribal view of the society in the first place. Like, you're the one who is dehumanizing these people. You're the one seeing them as uncivilized savages. The second you apply this Western values concept for them. And I'm kind of seeing the same situation like in this video with Eastern Europe, because a lot of people in Eastern Europe have been fighting for independence for decades or centuries even. They gave their lives fighting for this shit. And then you go, oh yeah, well, the only reason why you're fighting for independence and sovereignty right now is because you want to have those Western values? Obviously, those are their values too, and have been for a very long time. How dare you just pretend like this is something only the West would care about, and as if the Easterners would be more than okay with being under authoritarian leaderships. It's just such a ridiculous way to view the world, and I don't know, it's just genuinely very, very insulting. So the fact that he is Balkan kind of weirds me the fuck out. I don't know, man, I'm hoping he's not.
Import Western values into our decaying society.
See, what do you mean import Western values? Which values?
As we are nearly too lazy and capable and unwilling to help ourselves. What EU proponents fail to realize, however, is the self-interested, deceptive nature of these offers. The European Union is a bureaucratic, imperialist structure intended for the export of capital and colonization of new markets for the benefit of its few founders. Ex-social states, which eventually joined the European Union, such as Greece, Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania,
Croatia.
Others, have seen insignificant improvements in their standard of living, but guaranteed destruction of their industries, accelerated privatization of their economies, exodus of their populations, who are then used as cheap workforce in the West, and obligatory monetary and political action on command by the bureaucracy in Brussels. More
you know what they mean by obligatory monetary and political action? To follow whatever the Brussels bureaucracy wants you to do. They mean that we had to put our corrupt politicians on court. That's basically what has been happening here, okay? We had to put our corrupt politicians on court. Horror, oh horror, I know, dudes, I know. Just, you couldn't imagine it, but that's what was happening. We had our own governmental body, which was supposed to be researching corruption in Croatia. The governmental body did nothing because Croatia was very corrupt before we entered the European Union. Trying to get someone to help us fight against corruption is one of the reasons why we joined the European Union. So when we joined the European Union, one of the first things the European Union did was look into our politicians and go, holy shit. Holy shit, these people are corrupt as fuck. They have to be put to prison. And we were like, yeah, okay, Daddy, Europe. So we put them to prison. Like, that's a good thing. Misrepresenting that as like having to act on demand of Brussels, that was a good thing. It improved this country. The standards in this country keep on getting better. The fact he keeps on presenting this, another thing that I'm seeing, he keeps on presenting it as like, oh, it's insignificant that the lives of people have improved. But what is actually significant is that European Union exists to like share capital around blah blah blah. Of course, the improvement in the lives of people is going to be seen as an extremely important thing by people in the fucking country. How is he even bringing up this dumb fuckery of the argument? You're like, hey, you will have to arrest your corrupt politicians, and in return, the lives of people in your nation improve a little bit? That's good, my dude. That's good. What else do they demand from us? Separate your judicial system from your political system, and in return the lives of your people will get a tiny little bit better? Bro, that's a good thing. It's such a stupid thing to say. Leftist Balkan guy, so far he's being very stupid, to be honest. He's a leftist though? I clicked on him because he had a video on the future of Kosovo, and then we didn't watch this one. But he had a video on the future of Kosovo, and then I saw this one in recommended, and I was like, ho ho ho. And so far I've been quite disappointed, to be honest. He's doing a stupid video. So far, none of the points would be good.
Obligatory
Not a
monetary
fan.
and political action on command by the bureaucracy in Brussels. More affluent nations such as Slovenia and the Czech Republic are not better off than the rest because they are in the EU. To the contrary, they are in the EU because they started better off than the rest. Decades of this European integration have conditioned our
That's
mind-
true. It's such a stupid point. Slovenia and Czech Republic are not at the better spot because they are in EU. They are in EU because they were in a better spot. What does that mean? What's fanboy tankies? Oh shit. So basically what I've stumbled upon is like 2 local tankies.
better off rest.
Yay.
Decades of this
2 local
European
fanboy
integration
tankies.
conditioned our mindsets into accepting that we need their help, diminishing the belief into our own capability.
Also false.
Promises that we will eat with golden spoons and be just
Also
like
false.
the Germans and French are deceptive to the core. Germany, France, Finland, and Sweden are as wealthy as they are, with their fancy social democracy and booming economies, not because they're more hardworking, more efficient, or more capable than we are. They are where they are at our expense, as social democracy requires the constant exploitation of us and the global south. It requires unequal exchange and
I absolutely disagree with that. I absolutely disagree with that. I do agree with the fact that they are not at a better position because they are more worthy as people of being in a better position. Definitely, there's a lot of, how do I say this, criteria to look at in this situation. One of them definitely being like at what expanse your geographical position itself has been, right? So if you were a country which is, you know, look at Ukraine right now, come on. They didn't really have a chance, okay? Look at Frenchies. Who the fuck is attacking Frenchies? No one's attacking Frenchies. They have been geographically blessed. In the same similar way that like USA has been geographically blessed, for example. USA is just there on its own little tiny fucking island. Who the fuck is gonna attack USA? No one. So USA has had a very good chance to just continue existing as a state and not have to fight a war for existence. Whereas Balkans really hasn't had that sort of a chance until very recently when we all joined European Union and NATO and became safe from each other, basically. It's like a lot of this just has to do with how histories of different countries have formed us. And I don't know why he's doing the thing with like, oh yeah, they rely on exploiting other countries. I'm not really getting it. Yeah. It's that's in institutions, which really translates to simple luck. Yeah, when it comes to institutions, it's like I don't know how exactly you would, for example, look at Austria and look at Germany. There's a huge difference between the two, right? What would you do? Just like the size of the countries? What would you? Because not all of them have been equally well developed, despite the fact that they are very close to each other. They have a very similar culture. I assume they have very similar institutions. So there has to be something extra there, right? USA wasn't blessed, people went there. Oh yeah, but like USA after gaining independence, right? USA has had peace. If you don't count like being part of the World War, which also wasn't really a war on their territory, right? But from just their position, the last war USA fought on their own territory was a civil war, right? With themselves. They haven't really been invaded. It's not like Canada is a constant threat of invasion or something. So USA has been doing all right. In big part, I do believe, because, you know, geographically, they're just in a very, very good position. Not all countries have had this sort of luck, and not all countries have had this sort of ability to be existing far away from any sort of a foreign country willing to come and destroy your peoples, to take ownership of your land. Countries are only doing good because of European Union money. No, they would never be allowed in European Union if they weren't doing good. Yeah, that too. The criteria is that. The criteria is definitely that. Yeah. Americans for themselves and still haven't stopped. To be fair, They're not really united right now, but they're okay-ish. Yo, wah! Excuse me. Wah, getting banned from the chat. Alaska being sold to US kind of helped Canada a lot. Wait, how did it help Canada? Oh, Canada!
Capital from the periphery.
You're getting banned.
It is not predicated on the
Reported.
intellectual supremacy of the Nordics, but their favorable geographical and other conditions.
We tried to
which allowed
bump
them
the
to build
Statue of
prosperous
Liberty at
societies
once,
over the
so...
backs of the Balkans, Latin America, Africa, and West Asia, through hundreds of years of colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism.
Otherwise, Canada would have a border with Russia. Ah, fair.
Today, almost 3 decades after the beginning of restoration of capital in Eastern Europe, many of the older generations admit that living conditions for the average person were much better under socialism, which is sadly and pathetically laughed off by the misguided youth. Beyond the
There's too. It's like they always do this stupid ass thing where they're like, oh yeah, the youth is so stupid and the youth doesn't know how good it was under socialism, as if a bunch of us don't have relatives who were killed as a result of this same fucking socialism. It's such a stupid thing. I don't even know. I feel like I'm just watching this video to be angry at the dude. But there's something disappointing about the fact that he is apparently local. But like, of course the youth is pushing away from this. Like, in the first place, you do know that your older people do have this sort of nostalgia, right? So at any point when they talk about whichever country they used to be living in when they were younger, they're going to have an idealized perception of it because they were young and now they're old and their bones hurt and they can't fuck anymore. So of course they think the days of their youth were better. But then you look at the actual statistics and it always turns out that life is just better right now. Every single time it turns out that life is just better. So I don't know why he's pretending to have a claim to this arrogance. It's a weird thing. Like, misguided youth, what gives you the right to call them misguided because they are refusing to believe that life was better before when, yeah, there's no actual proper statistics, no reasons to believe in that.
Here, anecdotal evidence, numerous scientific studies have conclusively proven that socialist countries provide a better standard of living at equal
How the fuck did you get that?
than their capitalist counterparts. For a more in-depth overview of these studies, check out Hakim's video, Socialism Just Better Scientifically, or read the studies yourself. Nonetheless, there was a joke circulating in Russia in 1992.
We actually, it's kind of late right now. But for the last stream, I kind of want to go through that one. How was it, Hakim? Just better scientifically. Saved it. You can interview people who lived under Stalin that they say he was a great leader. Yeah, that's true. Like, I don't know. It's like, because we have old people now. Some of my very close relatives are ones of these types of people who are still saying stuff like, oh yeah, Tito was a great leader because he had Goli Otok, which was like labor camp. And what he would do is, if you were opposed to the regime, he would send you there and you would have to be working until your death, for most people. But you know, you still have people unironically being like, oh yeah, if we had stuff like that, then we could send corrupt politicians there and the country would be so much better. Ha ha ha, life was so much better in Yugoslavia. Ha ha ha, you know, shit like that. But I think that, you know, a second of thinking critically does reveal to you that these are very stupid opinions to have. Like whenever my, unironically, some people like, it's not that they liked Tito then, because then they were terrified of being sent to these camps. But right now, very often they will present the view that Tito was good because he knew how to deal with enemies of the state by sending them to death labor camps. It's a very... One of my things that I like doing with relatives is just pointing out the stupidity in this over and over until they realize it. Because they like presenting the opinion, for example, that corrupt politicians would be sent there. But then you look at the list of people who were actually sent to these death labor camps, and these are not corrupt politicians. Like they were sending people there because they were religious too loud. And they saw religion as creating a rift in society, and you weren't supposed to be creating a rift in society because Yugoslavia was supposed to be united, and we were all supposed to be Yugoslavs. You were Croatian too loud, you were Serbian too loud, you were of any nationality too loud, you were being sent to a death labor camp. You were opposing the government. Like, you dare to call a politician corrupt, you're sent to the fucking labor camp. It was mostly people like that, you know? But then in old people's brains, this has shifted with like enemies of Tito were sent to death labor camps. Therefore, enemies of Croatia now would be sent to death labor camps. Therefore, corrupt politicians would be sent there. And they don't even see the irony that, like, by acknowledging some of our politicians are corrupt and by threatening them with this, you would be sent to the fucking death labor camp. You know what I mean? Overall, the whole thing with like, oh yeah, the old people are very supportive of these regimes, but like the younger people are so misguided. It's not being misguided. It's, on one hand, it's understanding that there's a strong amount of nostalgia applied whenever older people talk about their youth, but on another hand, you hear them talking, and from stuff they're talking, the only emotion you feel is being horrified. My relatives legit unironically talk about how, like, there were 8 of them in the family, 8 kids in the family, and they had to share one set of books to go to school because they didn't have enough money to buy more sets of books. So whenever, like, books would be, you would buy books for the oldest one, and then he would have to be given it to the youngest one, and then the youngest one, like, barely had any books left because everyone was writing in them and then trying to erase everything to give it over. It was a very, very poor existence. The clothes were being passed on the same way. Lots of girls got married very, very young to very, very older men because they couldn't afford to live otherwise. They had no other chance to, like, get a job and to survive themselves. It's just, you know, like my grandfather, well, he was alive, and my father does the same thing. For every single meal, they eat a bunch of meat, and they do so because when my father was young, they never had the chance to get meat. They would have it like once per week if there was a specific celebratory occasion or whatever the fuck happening. That's when you would have meat in your meal. Otherwise, you weren't able to afford it. So now, as an older man, he makes sure to present it with like every single meal, just because it gives him like a sense of some sort of monetary safety. A bunch of older people are hoarders. And when you talk about them and you're like, bro, why are you collecting all of this shit? When I walk into your house, it's like, I could probably build an entire fucking new village with all of this. I could equip 20 families. Why are you collecting all of this? They're like, you never know when you're going to lose your money and then you will need all of this old shit. You never know, because the situation with finances in a household was never stable. It was never secure. You always feared going hungry. And then, you know, you like listen to stuff like that and you're like, bro, you had a horrible life. And there's so many leftovers from your horrible life previously that you now carry them to this situation where like you can afford to just buy fresh food every once in a while. You don't need to eat this old bread until it goes moldy. You don't need to have like a full freezer packed of frozen meat forever. You know, you don't need to do that, but you do this anyways, because in their brain it's like, holy shit, I don't know if I'm gonna go hungry. And then for younger people who listen to their older relatives, you know, living and retelling these stories of their youth and how shit their youth was, and then when they tell you, oh yeah, Yugoslavia was actually better than the modern state, you're like, no. You think it was better because your knees were working well and you could fuck. It wasn't actually better, it was horrifying, and the trauma has never actually left you. And I don't know, it just kind of angers me to listen to you go to Balkan Odyssey being all like, oh, misguided youth. Like, bro, just listen to these old people, holy shit. Dude. He almost looks heartbroken when I ask him why he eats so much meat. Bro, yeah. My father needs it for every single meal. It's so weird. Sometimes, like, I made lunch today, was just, like, cabbage and pasta. And, like, onions and stuff like that. It's mostly, like, a vegetarian meal, right? And me and my mother commented on it, like how right now, because father works in Germany, right now we can have meals like this in the household, because whenever he is here, he demands that we put some meat into it. It has to be like sausages or whatever. He doesn't know how to eat a meal without meat in it. So insulted if you suggest he should eat something without meat, bro. All the plastic boxes. No, my mother does the same thing. Not only that, I don't know if your grandma does it, but like, if you figure out how to solve this, let me know. But you know what she does? She collects the plastic boxes from food. And then, you know how like they're being used all the time? And sometimes you lose parts of it. There's a whole little closet of plastic boxes or like covers for those boxes without like a part that fits them. And they're just there. And she refuses to throw them away because in case she ever runs out of normal plastic boxes which have a covering, she's going to have to use those which don't have a covering. But she has so many of those with covering that like, you will never need these. But no, they have to be kept. So they are kept and they're just there. One time I tried to throw them out. She stopped me from throwing them out. She was so angry at it. She was like, yeah, what if I need them? Like, bring it. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It was the same with clothes. I actually recently, I don't know if you have the same problem with clothes. She used to be having 9 closets. Huge ass closets of clothes. Clothes that no one wears. Clothes that you get donated from family and relatives. Clothes that you go to a store and you buy, you know, like those like sale parts of shops where you buy these like cheap basic ass shirts. Bunch of those, just like all over the fucking house. No one ever wore them. It was just like hoarding. Yeah, you know what we did though? The dog shelter nearby, they collect your old clothes and then they sell them. And then with the money that they get from selling this stuff, they buy food for the dogs. So I have pushed, it's now like we donate old stuff which is still good. Most of it has never been worn, but we donate it to the dog shelter and then they sell it and then they buy stuff for the dogs in it. So I have actually managed to clear out the house rather well for this. It's doing well. Talking about Christmas. Yeah, oranges every single time. And also those little like bonbons. My grandmother has a tiny little tree and she always puts bonbons on it. And at one year, it was like a few years ago, she was like, oh, I need to replace my bonbons because like she gave most of the bonbons she had on the tree to grandchildren, so she needs to get new ones. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, you've had the same bonbons ever since I remember. It was always the same style. I just kind of assumed that she's buying new ones every year, and then I don't know, like eating a bunch of them and putting new ones. No, she had old ones in like a box, like you would have a Christmas decoration. She had these bonbons in a box, and then every single year she puts a bunch of them on this tree and like gives few of them to all of her grandchildren. We would always get like eggs too and stuff like that, but now she has run out of enough of them to give because they have been who the fuck knows how old, and now she needs to buy new ones. And I was like, bro, why wouldn't you just like buy a new baggie for every Christmas? Why would you be using the old ones? Are they even good? And she's like, no, you can't buy a new bag for every Christmas. Like, that's expensive. You have to buy a big one year and then you use them until they run out. Fair. It's fucking fair. Oh shit, egg containers. I have a whole window, basement window, just filled with egg container boxes. We don't even have chicken that have eggs. We do have chicken, but like they don't carry any eggs. They're just existing around for meat. But we're probably also never gonna eat the meat from them because we feel bad about the possibility of killing them. So we just have like these egg cartons existing, and we collect them every time we buy egg carton at the store. She will take like the egg cartons and just pull them on the top of existing egg cartons. And that's kind of that. Like nothing ever happens. And then, you know, they go like, oh, life in Yugoslavia was so good because political prisoners were put in death camps. And you're like... One thing away per week. I found... there was this one TikTok that actually changed my way of dealing with some things. But it takes a long time to unlearn what we are doing now, if that makes sense. Because, you know, I was raised by my parents who existed in these unhealthy sorts of behaviors. So as I am teaching them how to stop doing this shit, I have to teach myself too, because I have adopted a lot of these bullshit practices. And I saw a TikTok one day, which was some woman. She had a stupid ass way to say this. She said that she's like, I think it was resetting parts of her household every few hours. So what she would do basically is in the morning she would go into the kitchen and she would like make a meal for everything, and then she would call it resetting it. After you're done with using the kitchen, whatever way you have to use it, you bring it back to like the starting point, which is as clean as possible basically. So every single time you're done with using something, you have to bring it all to zero. It sounds like something that, you know, if you have a healthy way of looking at cleaning your household, you probably just do intuitively. It's not something that I was used to, you know. I have to like actually remind myself like, okay, I just finished cooking. Now that I finished cooking, I'm going to throw out all of the containers that we used for like meat or eggs or whatever. I'm going to throw it all out, because if I don't remind myself that I need to throw it out, I'm just going to leave them on the counter. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them on a shelf where the containers go, and then we're going to have millions of them again. So I have to like remind myself like, okay, this is the kitchen. The part of the kitchen where you usually do the cooking, the workstation, it used to be fully empty before I did the cooking. It has to be fully empty when I'm done. So I have to clear everything away. And just consciously thinking of this, it does help. It is something that you need to take as a habit, but like it does help, and I'm trying to get her to do this too. But like, bro, it's hard. Because we make some jam and pickles. Dude, that's too. We used to be making jam for the entire family. So that was bad. We needed to have like a lot of jars actually for it. No idea what is in our furniture. Man, I understand that. You should think of your relatives that will live after you. Will need to deal with all the junk you leave behind. I'm gonna set them some traps. I shouldn't be thinking about that. I'm gonna set some like barbed wire around. He's trying to talk about some like joke in Russia, by the way. I want to see this and then I'm leaving.
What did capitalism accomplish in 1 year that communism could not do in 70 years? Make communism look good.
See, it's a joke in Russia because only in Russia is it true. So sucks to be them, losers. By the way, guys, I'm leaving right now. I have been on for like hour and 20 minutes more than I wanted to. Bram. I'm planning to send both my parents to Croatia to a huge vacation once they both reach pension. Unironically, I want to like empty out the entirety of the house. I want to empty out the entirety of the furniture, the entirety of the everything. I have a huge like plan of saving up enough money for that, and I'm just gonna be replacing a bunch of shit. Because right now it's impossible. It's impossible. You open up a closet, there's like a million stuff in it. You open up another one, there's a million stuff in it more. You just need to kind of burn it all down, just import new shit, and hopefully not get into the same fucking situation with hoarding. I'm giving you a link to Topsen because Topsen is streaming and I like Topsen. And also I have to leave so I don't feel like looking for someone. So I'm doing the easiest possible solution, or just being like, hey, look at my man, he's here, he is existing here. He's also a great streamer, just so you know. Here's him on YouTube. Yes, mommy, day after death, bulldoze all the junk and burn it to the ground. You know what's the worst thing though? Unironically, I have nostalgia. I feel like I'm not gonna bulldoze most of the stuff. It sucks, but I have, not only do I have like sentimental feelings towards like my stuff from like my use, my valuables, I have sentimental feelings towards valuables of my parents. I have sentimental feelings towards like other people's random ass valuables. There's a basket we have in a house that we bought it on a village fair years ago because I needed a laundry basket. And we bought it from some old man who, the laundry basket actually belonged to his wife, but she has died. And then he was moved to an old people's home and he couldn't carry that many stuff there. So he went to this village fair and he was selling a lot of his wife's old stuff, and that basket was one of those. Like, bro, I've got a sentimental connection to that fucking shit. Okay, if it breaks apart, I will probably still try to use it. So I I feel like I definitely have been broken by some of these things. How many toxic ideas I have that I'd involuntarily pass on to unsuspecting future children. No, but I wasn't getting into a relationship for this reason until very recently. I was like, bro, it's like, you see sometimes these older people and the unhealthy patterns they have in relationships, and you're like, dude, what if I'm gonna do that too? You know, like, what if I do the same thing? It's just, it's complex being a human. It sucks being a human. You know, there's this saying in Korea. There's a really, really good Korean drama on it. But it's called This Is My First Life. And the whole thing is basically, it's really, really hard to be a human. And when you look at other people's, you know, and how they experience things and how they deal with things and how they behave in certain situations, you gotta remember that this is their first time living too, you know? It's not like they had previous experience, it's not like they know what they're doing, this is their first time. So in a way, you know, I try to be understanding, but also, bro. A lot of new stuff is just mass-produced shit. That too. Cartoon za jaja. By the way, I'm actually leaving. I'm actually running. I seem to be even more collecting than parents. I hope that you're conscious about it. Go watch Topsen. I gave you links in chat. I'm gonna give you a couple more links in chat. See you on Monday stream, because tomorrow is Sunday, so I'm gonna be sleeping in the afternoon. Ho ho ho. If you got good links, send them to me. If you got good stuff to look at, send them to me. We're going to be possibly looking at the video on like socialism being good scientifically, because I'm kind of salty about the Balkan dude glorifying Yugoslavia, so I want to be salty about the other dude possibly glorifying Yugoslavia too. So that's gonna be fun. See you around. Eat some good meals. Don't hoard too many shit. Good